We have put mechanisms for curtailing smuggling. Even the local down smuggling went at a higher peak.
Busia, in the eastern part of
We have put mechanisms for curtailing smuggling. Even the local down smuggling went at a higher peak.
Busia, in the eastern part of Uganda, neighbors Kenya to Uganda. Bordering Tororo district to the north, Busia County, Kenya to the east, Tanzania to the south, Namaingo district to the southeast, and Bujiri district to the west. With a population size of over 360,200 people, Busia is inhabited by the Luhya tribe of Kenya, with smaller groups of Teso and the Luo. The Luhya communities, being the dominant, include the Abakyayo, Marachi, Samia, and Abanyala communities. With its unique nature in ethnic composition and diversity, trade has become the unifying factor. No doubt, trade is booming in all its various forms, informal or informal. It's all about the money in this border district. To some, it is a way of life, but to most, it has become an issue of survival, leaving most traders with no choice but to transact business illegally. This illegal trade form has a name, funtula. To best understand this trade manner, we head off to the common day market, Kayola, as locally dubbed. Just painted on the different commodities, a mixture of different merchandise, all displayed on the roadside, catches our attention. From the scenery in this business hub, you can't miss seeing cyclists carrying different merchandise like salt, wheat flour, boxes of washing soap, cooking oil, sugar, among other items. On the side of motorcycles with Kenyan number plates parked at different commodity shops, our attention is drawn to discover more about this. While still grappling with Kenyan motorcycles, tricycles ridden by persons with disabilities whisk our attention as they crisscross, also ferrying different commodities. Without any idea that these are party to the Funtula fiesta, we inquire.
Custom najja kweyikizaawo kubanga nno nga baŋŋamba nti funtula gyali mufuntula ne mufuna ssente naye kati temuli ssente olw'ensonga ebintu byalinnya tebiri wansi singa biri wansi nga tufunamu nga n'abagagga bayingira ne bajja ne babigula ne balyoka ne batutiika okubayikizaawo kuba bo tebayita eggoba nnyo bano ab'obugaali aba piki abe bagirako ddala n'okubijjayo kubeera kuzibu naye nze wembeera nabyo kuno ne babinzijjako kinyanguwira ogendayo okubikima naye nina ogendayo nga ndinamu emitwalo 25.
This is eye-opening. We now have an idea of the smuggling taking place in broad daylight. The extent at which the vice has penetrated is our next mission. Within the same market, we sample the different Kenyan manufactured goods on the shelves. Salt, locally called chumvi, wheat flour, cooking oil, all with marks indicating that these are manufactured in Kenya, and these are the same commodities we have seen all morning ferried by cyclists all around Busia town. From the horse's mouth, this is confirmed.
Tubijja Kenya tulina okuwa omusolo kandi olina obisamu nkokutu ng'obireeta motoka nekukwata ngenda kusaba sente nyingi kubituusa wano.
Just biyita ngeri y'amagendo, just biteeka ku kagaali si bitapanya ndisobola okubeera nga tuuka wano.
Boda emba neetiise nti kamwako bakaakola ki bakandekera nenkayisaawo naye emba neetiiseeyo bungi basobola okunzijjako akasente nembyambukya nendeeta.
Good morning. Thank you for coming and for honoring the invitation. We are here to start, but we are of the view that we can grab a cup of tea before we start, because we are going to be live stream.
We have put mechanisms of curtailing smuggling. During the lockdown, smuggling went at a higher peak.
Busia, in the eastern part of Uganda, neighbors Kenya to Uganda. Bordering Tororo district to the north, Busia County, Kenya to the east, Tanzania to the south, Namaingo district to the southeast, and Bujiri district to the west. With a population size of over 360,200 people, Busia is inhabited by the Luhya tribe of Kenya with smaller groups of Teso and the Luo. The Luhya communities, being the dominant, include the Abakyayo, Marachi, Samia and Abanyala communities. With its unique nature in ethnic composition and diversity, trade has become the unifying factor. No doubt, trade is booming in all its various forms, informal or informal. It's all about the money in this border district. To some, it is a way of life, but to most, it has become an issue of survival, leaving most traders with no choice but to transact business illegally. This illegal trade form has a name, Funtula. To best understand this trade manner, we head off to the common day market, Kayola, as locally dubbed. Dust painted on the different commodities, a mixture of different merchandise, all displayed on the roadside, catches our attention. From the scenery in this business hub, you can't miss seeing cyclists carrying different merchandise like salt, wheat flour, boxes of washing soap, cooking oil, sugar, among other items. On the side of motorcycles with Kenyan number plates parked at different commodity shops, our attention is drawn to discover more about this. While still grappling with Kenyan motorcycles, tricycles ridden by persons with disabilities whisk our attention as they crisscross, also ferrying different commodities. Without any idea that these are party to the Funtula fiesta, we inquire.
Ekasita munajja kweyiyikizaawo kubanga nno nga baŋŋamba nti Funtula gyali mufuntula ne mufuna ssente naye kati temuli ssente olw'ensonga ebintu byalinnya tebiri wansi singa biri wansi nga tufunamu nga n'abagagga bayingira ne bajja ne babigula ne balyoka ne batutiika okubayikizaawo kuba bo tebayita eggoba nnyo bano ab'obugaali aba piki abe bagirako ddala n'okubijjayo kubeera kuzibu naye nze wembeera nabyo kuno ne babinzijjako kinyanguwira ogendayo okubikima naye ndina ogendayo nga ndinamu emitwalo 25.
This is eye-opening. We now have an idea of the smuggling taking place in broad daylight. The extent at which the vice has penetrated is our next mission. Within the same market, we sample the different Kenyan manufactured goods on the shelves. Salt, locally called chumvi, wheat flour, cooking oil, all with marks indicating that these are manufactured in Kenya, and these are the same commodities we have seen all morning ferried by cyclists all around Busia town. From the horse's mouth, this is confirmed.
Kenya tulina okuwa omusolo kandi olina obisamu nk'okutunga obireeta motoka neekukwata ngenda kusaba ssente nnyingi kubituusa wano.
Just biyita ngeri y'amagendo, just biteeka ku kagaali si bitapanya ndisobola okubeera nga tuuka wano.
Boda emba neetiise nti kamwako bakaakola ki bakandekera n'enkayisaawo naye emba neetiiseeyo bungi basobola okunzijjako akasente nembyambukya nendeeta naye mba neetiise kacumbi kamu impitawo ne bandeka.
According to the traders, they are willing to do anything and absolutely everything in their power to maximize profit. The only way to achieve this is to break the law.
I don't know, ogenda kuyita kubireta. Olina soka kuwa impoza wali eri musolo. Kubisa ku police gyobisiza wao. Waliwo abatula abo baliwo.
Kumonde buno bw'obugulira mu Kenya akasawo kagula $7,000 buno bwa Kenya naye baba busasulira omusolo ne babuyingiza mu Uganda okagula $7,000 nusu kasanvu oli bw'omugamba kagamba ati omanyi nga tubusasulira omusolo wali omusolo gwe gweyongera kwa nusu kasanvu naye nze bwengenda ne kagula mu Kenya mwenyini ate revenue ensumbu wakubayo kyentya
Uganda biri waggulu nnyo obanga osubudde ebya Kenya biriko akasente ebya Uganda tebiriko.
Ekigira tetuja wano Uganda chumbi olwokuba wa beeyi ati nga omanyi bizinesi onoonyako akaliko ka beeyi wansi
subiro batofunako kuba ndikatunda kaliko 3,000 akakatoni kalamba kati bwenkasasulira omusolo gwa 2,000 mba naafunako ki.
On the Kenyan side as well, Funtula is manifesting. The commonly smuggled goods from Uganda to Kenya are sugar, polythene bags and beer.
Kenya mwenga gwali nga guli expensive products za Kenya ezo mwenga ziri expensive kati kyaita abantu okuba nga bagula nnyo wano nga guli cheap especially nga kachupa ngaka akamu so kumuguza kunusu like 30 boom. That is like around 900 1,000 something as a Uganda. Nga wakatuse Kenya akatunda 100 plus Kenyan money. Kati ziba like 3,000 something plus. Kati nichibanga gulika amaguba manji.
Smuggling is illegal and punished by law. The enforcers in this case being Uganda Revenue Authority and Kenya Revenue Authority. Question remains, are they doing their job?
Abasirikale ba gundi abe Kenya webali n'aba Uganda webali buli mukuba wetuyitira baliwo tebatukiriza ne woba situdde ekintu ekimu olina kisasulire siringisi 10,000 tebatukwata nti no nti batukwasa oba nti oba kiki naye batujjako olw'obuzito bibeera bingi bibeera bingi ne batujjako kati we babitwala eri batugamba tukwate $20,000 tulyoke tujjeyo ebintu bye batusituddeko naye nga 2 galiwa 25.
It's a public secret that counter-smuggling is a cancer-ravaging Busia district. With all efforts to wipe it out, the vice has since taken various shapes. Infrastructure development such as cargo scanners and the non-intrusive inspection units has been a major component of the one-stop border post innovations.
We do scanning of all cargo trucks and then we do the analysis. This is the control box that controls the whole station. This way we can check the performance of the system. And this is called smart, it's called FISCAL. It's just a drive-through. This is the first station. In this station, we do documentary check. This is where we scan all the documents of the entries that have been captured. From here, the image is sent to the second station. That's where the image analysis is done. And when we do the image analysis, it's either it has irregularities or not. When it has irregularities, it is forwarded for fiscal verification. If it doesn't have irregularities, we pass it through. That's what happens. And we have been having cases where smuggling has been taking place and they have been detected in this machine. So the good thing with this machine doesn't delay any consignments. Just a drive-through, vehicles drive-through. In a minute you can scan like around 4 to 5 vehicles. So it's very fast and it has been helping a lot in curbing corruption, not corruption, smuggling. And we really appreciate this system and it's doing well for us. And it has improved compliance. Basically that's what we do here.
Alas karanga sapane rikakini. Ajaya ngo point ne Lomar Kenya. Egweki ngana ikanyi keda makaroni ya sabuni ya chubu na uni. Ke
According to the customs office in Busia, 4 to 8 smugglers are captured on a daily. To this effect, 536 million Ugandan shillings is recovered monthly in the eastern region. Mr. Armstrong Turiachira weighs in on the extent of loss encountered as a result of smuggling and other forms of illicit financial flows in Busia.
People have grown knowing that I can cross, pick something. You will get a scenario where we have now here the population, they have a home in Uganda, have a home in Busia, Kenya. And so it's very difficult to tell someone that when you go across, you carry the product, you smuggle. We have put mechanisms of curtailing smuggling, but that does not rule out that some people still venture, especially through outright smuggling. People go through the bushes. But now that the other one where someone would drive the whole truck and evade and avoid tax offices, it's not as possible as it used to be. The biggest contribution to that product being smuggled, or most of the products being smuggled, is the value attached to those products. So whether light or heavy or what, but the value that is attached to the product is what actually influences people to smuggling. The impact for the last 7 months, I would say, for instance, the recoveries that we've made from people who have smuggled, we've made around 3.7 billion, and that would be lost revenue if there was no intervention. So on average, we can say 536 million is recovered per month from the region.
We are also told about the products like pharmaceutical drugs and agro inputs that are tax exempted according to the law but continue to be smuggled into the country via the various entry points. This also shows a gap in tax education.
Pharmaceutical drugs don't pay taxes. They are exempted. But agricultural inputs, someone wants to run away and carry the products. Those are some of the products that people want to smuggle, but still they are not supposed to be smuggling. Goods manufactured in Kenya are zero rated. Goods manufactured in Uganda are zero rated if you go take them across.
Recently, Kenya banned the commercialization of timber products such as charcoal. Another banned product is the polythene bags. The two commodities, however, continue to surface on the Kenyan market as they are now smuggled into Kenya from Uganda. This is simply because they are still permissible for trade in Uganda. With this disharmony in policies, eradicating smuggling is still a myth.
The different trading blocks determine the different tax attributes that they also charge on the products and goods that come in. But domestically, when we talk about domestic VAT, we haven't reached the harmonization because of the different development programs. We are at different levels, but the effort by the EAC is to ensure that, even at the Secretariat in Arusha, the effort is to ensure that we all harmonize the taxes that would hinder our people to develop into a federation.
We are chanced to visit the area where confiscated goods are withheld. According to the law, a smuggler is charged with payment equivalent to 50% of the value for the product.
But now you have smuggling, it's a tax rate as if you imported from other countries. So duty rate is you have 25, you add 18%, the value, you add 6% withholding tax, and you average that, and all that is out of the value of the product. In addition to the penalty of 50% of the value. All that is charged on this person. So you find someone is paying close to 100%.
Wandera Joffre, the Busia LC5 chairperson, highlights social aspects as a key driving factor also facilitated by the porous nature of the border. He appreciates that much has been deprived of Busia and Uganda at large as a result of the much lost revenue due to smuggling. His concern, however, is the appropriation of funds that he calls imbalanced, as many districts continue to benefit from the money Busia collects, leaving the border district in tatters.
Now, for people to appreciate that we are collecting a lot of money in form of taxes from this border point, a certain percentage should be left to the border, such that people know this is what has come out of our border, the collections. So even when the local people are paying, they know we are part of the beneficiaries. But the traditional saying or the common saying that let's collect from one basket, collection basket at national level, then we distribute in the form of grants to local government. People have never seen that one as being appreciative.
The Resident District Commissioner, Honorable Akiru John Robert, confirms that they are aware of this vice. The efforts have been geared to curb it, working in collaboration with the relevant authorities in Kenya.
It is causes how it is transacted across the borders and how best we can handle it. We discuss it in the District Security Committee and bring all these things into perspective, and then agree as a team and as implementers of government programs, see how to curb the smuggling. And this has been done quite often. We sit with all the heads of departments. We sit with the police. I'm the one who shares the meetings. We sit with all sister agencies that all the responsibility of ensuring that this country is safe. We also sit with all these implementing agencies like Uganda Revenue Authority. They are represented in the Security Committee. We have the Immigration Department, also represented in the Security Committee. Then we have these other bodies like the anti-smuggling section, we have them. Then we have the leadership of the local government of Busia. We have the district chairperson, we have the chief administrative officer, who is the chief executive of the local government. So when we sit down on these issues, we discuss a lot of things in regard to smuggling.
According to Uganda Revenue Authority, Uganda loses $270,000 daily as a result of smuggling. Civil society organizations are concerned about revenue losses that continue to deter the country from achieving its domestic revenue mobilization expectations. Regina Navuga, the program coordinator, Financing for Development at Siatin, Uganda, elucidates more about illicit financial flows and their impact on the East African community, as well as the nexus between smuggling and illicit financial flows.
Illicit financial flows, of course, this is money transferred, items transferred illegally and illegally across borders. And we know smuggling is also takes that form sometimes. There are different items that are smuggled across borders. Some of them, of course, indirectly, some people are unaware, but some of them, of course, do it deliberately with the intention of dodging, paying taxes, ideally. And from our work, we noted that this has taken on different forms. It has evolved over time. While URA is going after the cargo, maybe the cars on the roadside, there we know we have porous borders and people use different forms. People, one by one, are engaging in smuggling. The cyclists, people with disabilities, even children. It's so absurd that sometimes parents use their children to go across borders to get maybe one item. And because it's one item, URA might, I think, they might not give it the attention it deserves. Yet we know that if this is done over time, it amounts to the revenue loss in the country.
All is not lost. The fight can be won if all stakeholders work together to a common cause.
We're doing sensitizations. Taxpayer because sometimes we have realized some don't know what their obligation and what they are supposed to go. But also the other channel is we use measures to ensure that people don't repeat the habit of smuggling. We are encouraging now voluntary compliance. We communicate to them and we encourage them to come and do voluntary compliance. Our stakeholder relations have encouraged
Good morning. I'm Joel Wanjala, the Undersecretary, Directorate for Ethics and Integrity, the Office of the President. You're all welcome.
Good morning. My name is Musa Modoy. I work with the Governance and Security Program Secretariat. I advise on human rights and accountability. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marie Nanyanzi, and I serve at Towers East Africa. Thank you.
Good morning. Juliet Akelo is my name, and I work with the Uganda National NGO Forum. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fiona Kayondo. I work with Touch the Heart Uganda.
Good morning. My name is Rona Tsime. I work with the J. Malo Foundation, and we are a member of Tijao.
Good morning. I'm David Kizito. I work with Transparency International Uganda. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Gedo Eric. I'm a journalist.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Msana Nice is my name, and I work for Siatini.
I'm Hilda Tomuhe. I work with Siatini.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Peter Tukundane. I work with Siatini Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Wase Samuel. I work with Siatini Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tamari Francis. I work with Siatini.
I'm Jen Narunga. I work with Siatini Uganda.
I am Salongo Kakembo Mikaeli Mbwate Kamwa. I work with the Parliament of Uganda as a member of Parliament representing the people of Entebbe.
I am also called Dr. Bazira Henry, and I am going to be your moderator for this morning session. So, but for purposes of really emphasis, I would like to take recognition of the following members who are here because of the roles that they are playing in our country. Honorable Kakembo Michael, he just introduced himself as a member of parliament. He's an ardent supporter of the Tax Justice Alliance work and Siatini. And we are glad to have you here, sir. Also, Mr. Wanjala Joel from the Department of Ethics and Integrity, plus Mr. Musa Modi from the Governance and Security Secretariat of the Ministry of Justice. And then we have, I wanted to hear whether we have any members from PPDA, right? And is anybody from PPDA here? They're coming? Yeah, so those who will be coming in, we shall also recognize them as they come in. But I think all of us who are here know why we are here. You have a concept note that was shared. You have a program that is before us. And there is something I often notice on some programs is that they miss a section for prayer. And Uganda is a very religious country. So I would suggest that we adopt what we normally practice. So I want to take this. You had prayed, eh? Ah, okay. So fine, good. It's not on my agenda, so I'm not seeing it. But if you have prayed, that is good. That means the meeting is in good hands. We would like to manage this meeting on a very timely arrangement to make sure that by the time it comes to 1 o'clock, we are done with the meeting. It's a half-day meeting. And the purpose of the meeting is to commemorate, what's this? To commemorate the formation of the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption in Africa. So the dialogue is a dialogue on combating corruption under the theme of promoting debt and fiscal justice for dignified lives.
And we all know that corruption has been a stinger for so many years. I think we always hear the commitments from our leaders saying that they will root out corruption. And we have been speaking that for the last, I think now 38 years. But corruption is still with us. I don't know whether it is because it was a prophesied thing that human beings were going to be will always be inherently corrupt. But I think there are some jurisdictions where corruption has been really curtailed to the point where the resources that are generated in country are used for the betterment of the citizens. So today is a very special day for Uganda, being a member of the African Union, and for the drive, the campaign to make sure that we root out corruption in our governance system. So we shall be having the objectives of this meeting to analyze the interlinkages between illicit financial flows, increasing debt burden, and the corruption in Uganda and its implication on the people's dignity. The other objective is to identify gaps in Uganda's public finance management that facilitate illicit financial flows and other forms of corruption. So leveraging we shall discuss the leverage on implementation of Uganda's public investment management policy to see how that is helping us to curb corruption in the public debt management. The other objective of the meeting is to develop actionable policy recommendations on how to improve the implementation of existing legal and regulatory frameworks on anti-corruption. So you can see the meeting is heavily packed with the 4 key objectives, very strong objectives. And I'm hoping that by the close of the meeting, we shall have realized something that can help us reverse the corruption trend. I see some other, the expected outcomes will be a comprehensive stakeholder understanding of how corruption and IFFs contribute to illegitimate debt accumulation in Uganda, gaps in Uganda's legal policy and institutional frameworks that allow for corruption and illicit financial flows, and clearly identified and documented. And then we have policy proposals for enhancing transparency and accountability in public investment and debt management are developed and shared. When I look for me personally on the global landscape, especially on the donor side, I find that Africa is actually the donor. Many times we are seen as if that we are the recipient of resources, but Africa is the donor. When you look at the amount of money that is moving out of Africa to develop other countries, it makes Africa get into the position of being a donor to the rest of the world. And if you look at how the rest of the world looks at Africa, they always want to make sure that they have some kind of partnership with Africa. And I keep asking myself, why is it that we have Africa-US Summit, it is China-Africa Summit, we have US-Africa Summit, you have UK-Africa Summit, you have Japan, India, Africa Summit, but we never seem to have the opposite, the reverse, where you have Africa, India Summit or Africa US Summit, because it shows to me the interest that is around Africa. Everybody seems to be interested in Africa, and we seem to have less interest in Africa. When you look at the $2 trillion shillings that we lose annually in illicit financial flows, both including even that money that goes out of the country. You discover that Africa sends out a lot into the developed world. Somebody argued and said, if, for example, we stopped giving access to the rest of the world, many European countries would actually slide back into third world countries. So you can see that Africa seems to be the bedrock of supporting the rest of the world. And we need to begin to reverse that so that the resources that are in Africa actually begin to benefit the owners, the true owners of the resources. I want to apologize because I might end up preempting some people's presentation, but I don't want to leave this desk without sharing those thoughts. Because for me, it is so dear that I would like to see a change in the way African countries award contracts to multinational corporations, to the extent that we at least get a higher share in the investment, even though much of the money may be coming out from outside there. One of the things I observed is that we always campaign for foreign direct investment, and I've observed that whenever we get $1 of foreign direct investment, at the tail end, once operations and production have begun, the country loses or gives to our partners between $8 to $35, depending on which sector you are in. So you can see that, yes, we clamor for FDI, but we are clamoring for FDI which is taking out more than what it brings in. Can we have an arrangement that either supports domestic direct investment, where the money that we are generating and investing from locally is actually generating those returns to investment, but those returns to investment stay in country and help the growth of the country. With those remarks, I would like to invite our Executive Director for Siatini, Jen Narunga, to come and give us her opening remarks. And apologies for making opening remarks that I was not allowed to do. But yes, yeah, here you are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Bazira, for those opening remarks. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will stand on the protocol which Dr. Bazira has outlined. So, ladies and gentlemen, comrades, you are most welcome to this very, very important dialogue on corruption under the theme promoting debt and fiscal justice for dignified lives. This is a very, very important dialogue, and it's a very, very important issue we are looking at. Because you see, corruption, what's corruption, by the way? Corruption is about misuse of resources. Misuse of resources through bribery, fraud, embezzlement for personal gain. Instead of public gain, that money goes to personal gain. But we also see corruption in the misuse of power. Issues around patronage, nepotism, and people say that misuse of power is the bedrock on which the other corruption of misuse of resources thrives. So when we are looking at corruption, we need to look at both a misuse of resources and misuse of power. When we talk about corruption, the cost is really high. The cost of corruption is really, really high. In terms of lost opportunities, we have seen roads not being made. We have seen lack of services in hospitals, lack of schools, no water, It's also corruption has direct and indirect impacts on our society. You see people dying, but it's as a result of corruption. And also, no country can be able to develop when they are corrupt. Because instead of money going into investments, into social services, that money goes into personal pockets. Those of you who are old as I am, remember Belafonte, Harry, Belafonte. I can see people who are shaking at people who have some gray in their heads. Harry Belafonte has a song. You can Google and see that there is a hole in the bucket. So there is a hole in our bucket, our resources. You put the resources there, they are going out, So no country can be able to develop with such challenges. And we have seen the outflow of resources. We have seen misuse of resources internally here. We are all Ugandans. I won't say much. We see what's going on, So that misuse of resources is increasing inequality. The poor are becoming poorer and the rich are becoming richer, And in such a situation, even security is a problem, There's somebody who was saying the rich don't sleep because the poor are awake. So how do we make sure that everybody sleeps, So for me, I think combating corruption should be a public good, and we need to convince people that if we cannot live in dignity, and that's why we are talking about living a dignified life. And a dignified life, you don't need to have trillions and billions. It's about being human, basic human rights. Clean water, a decent house, access to education, access to health, access to decent food, not billions and trillions. And I think later on when we are looking at strategies on the way forward, I think we need to do much more than what we are doing. So today, this meeting should have taken place on 11th July because that was that day which was designated by the Africa Union as a day to talk about corruption. Because on that day, the Africa Union put in place the Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, because the AU realized the corrosive impact of corruption. It's terrible. It's terrible. So we talk about mobilizing resources, but some people are paying, other people are not paying. That's already corruption, isn't it? And that's why the theme of today, for us, we are talking about promoting debt, fiscal, that's tax and budget justice for dignified lives. Because we see people under taxation, some people pay, others don't pay. Already that promotes inequality. We see the budgets, monies are misused. Instead of going to health, to education, to water, monies are misused. We see we are getting loans, we are indebted, by the way, very, very indebted. This is just a reminder. We know we are indebted. But we need to talk about the extent of indebtedness, how much we are paying. Whatever we collect, we pay it. We service our loans. But even what we borrow, we misuse it. Eh? So you know, the issue of corruption is not for Uganda alone. You know, that's why the Africa Union, as Africa, put there that this day of 11th July. But corruption hurts more when the country is poor, you know. So the poor, who are already poor, marginalized, become poorer. So for us as Siatini, the entry point is to look at how we can be able to strengthen systems when we are borrowing, you know, and this goes to members of parliament, you know, how we acquire the loan, how we utilize it, and how to account for it, you know. But we have seen in the Auditor General's report where we get loans, we are not ready, we pay commitment fees, we are not ready, no? And monies are supposed to do roads, the roads are not done, but we are paying. And it's we the Ugandans who are paying. So we are paying almost double, you know? We haven't got the resources, the services, but we are paying, you know? So we need to look at how we can be able to strengthen our systems to be able to address these issues. We want to see the gaps, and there are institutions to combat corruption. We are not short of that as Uganda, isn't it? Hmm? I see Christine, anti-corruption, PPDA, fear, you know, the NGOs, there are many. Transparency. Hmm? We are not short of institutions, the Inspectorate of Government, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, you know, we are not short of institutions. And we hear our president always talking about commitments to wipe out corruption, you know, but corruption has persisted. And today we want to look at why has it persisted. But we want also to appreciate the impact, because that's the beginning place. Because if you don't appreciate the problem, you don't care whether it's addressed or not. We looked at the Attorney General's report of 2019, 2019, that Uganda, the country loses 9.144 trillion per year, which is equivalent to 44% of total revenue. That was in 2019 from corruption. So you think how much can 9.144 trillion do to Uganda? You know? So if we can use our resources very well, sometimes maybe we don't need to get loans. So we need to appreciate really what's happening. We can't talk about mobilizing resources, taxes, and loans and aid when we are misusing those resources. So the purpose of this meeting really is to be able to discuss and maybe also share what our respective organizations are doing to address corruption and how we can be able to support, because this is our issue. It's a citizens issue, and I know all of us here have had a problem with corruption. We have faced the impacts of corruption, so we need to address that. Dr. Baza has also talked about the illicit financial flows out of the country, which is also a mess, you know, because you see what's happening. We hide our money when we steal it. We hide it outside, but then we borrow. Eh? we borrow. So it's a dilemma which we have. So for me, I hope that this meeting at the end of that day will have some actionable policy recommendations. No, but let us share. What are we doing, PPDA? What's happening in Parliament? What's happening in fear? Is it because people don't know? Because, for example, I don't know whether fear is here. For example, fear, we do we do our documentation every year. Very huge documents. How many pages? But how many people understand what those pages mean? So maybe sometimes we also need the institutions to be able to tell us what they are doing and what they expect us as citizens to do. And I'm happy that PPDA is also here to tell us also their strategies, what they are doing. So let us share what's happening, what we are doing, the challenges, and also let us come up with some actionable recommendations. So I wish us very fruitful deliberations, and thank you so much for coming.
I remember that you had some breakfast, so you have some energy to clap. Thank you very much, Jen, for that insightful opening remarks. Jen is telling us that we have the money. We are hiding it outside. And yet it will be inside and helping us. Now, the risk of hiding money outside is that the outsiders will confiscate that money at some point. And it becomes very difficult for you to recover. Instead of you keeping it, at least if you steal, I think once upon a time somebody said, if you steal, keep the money inside here, invest it here. I think that's a good idea. At least you safeguard the money from what? Being confiscated by the outsiders. So I'm not an advocate for that. So don't get me wrong. That you should steal, and then invest in the country because that's a justification for economic growth. No, we should not even steal. But look at this scenario. You have robbed your country and your citizens and hid the money out there. And if you died and you don't have clear frameworks of recovering the money, what will happen? The money will stay the other side. So you'll have inadvertently donated the money to our outside brothers and sisters. So that's the risk we have. And based on what Jen has just said, that the 9.41 trillion per year, it is sufficient to meet most of our needs. And the culture of borrowing money without properly planned projects, and then you end up paying commitment fees on loans, I think that is also loan corruption, which we must be talking about. We seem many times not to look at that bit, that element. That should be loan corruption that we should be also paying attention to. So for me, those are some of the issues I picked. Maybe one other issue that I picked was that we have the legal and policy and institutional framework that is sufficient to curb corruption. So the question that we ask ourselves is, what is the problem then? So there is the so what question that we must consider. According to the program, we are supposed to be breaking for a tea break, but we already had that tea break. And I think for purposes of saving time and being able to hit great milestones in this, I would suggest that we proceed with the next session, if that's agreeable to you. And the next session is a panel discussion session. Aloysius, is that good? Or you have some administrative guidance to give me? I'm trying to follow the program as is, because as we speak, there's no tea to drink to have in the break tea time. All right, so thanks for that administrative guidance, Aloysius, and still doesn't change our program. I would like to take the recognition of another member of parliament who has joined us, and I would like him to introduce himself so that I do not murder his name and give him names that don't belong to him. So, sir, Honorable, you can use the microphone that is next to you to introduce yourself the way you want us to know you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I'm Sewungu Joseph Gonzaga, MP, Karun County West, and I always call myself the Minister of Education, though I'm a shadow minister. But I do so because I'm always the one available in the parliament as a minister against the other one. So that's me. And I've been in parliament since 2011. Thank you very much.
By virtue of the constitution, you are still minister, although you are in the shadow. Yeah, you're welcome, sir. Yeah, so our panel is going to be comprised by Honorable Mukhtari Stephen, who is an executive board member, but he is not going to be here present. He is going to join us online at around 10:40. We shall be connecting him to join the panel. But those who are present here with us, we have Catherine Natukunda from PPDA. Please come forward. And also take this opportunity to recognize your presence, because I've been looking for you. And this is somebody from PPDA. Thank you for coming to represent PPDA. Take your seat anywhere you want to sit. I see that you might only be the only lady there, so take the center seat. Yeah, so I want to see my pictures with the lady in the center. That whichever, at least there is good enough. And then we shall have Honorable Sewung Joseph Gonzaga, who just joined us, but he's a member of the panel. So when you're ready, sir, I would want to see you on my panel. And then the other person is Aloysius Kitengo from Siatini, who will help us on some of the issues we've been dealing with under the Tax Justice Alliance. I also want to inform you that I'm a member of the Tax Justice Alliance, so they did not just hire a Kamufu to come and facilitate. I'm doing business that I hold very dear. Yes, and as a member of the Tax Justice Alliance. Aloysius, please come forward. I have just a set of questions that will guide me. They are broad questions which you will answer in the way you want to answer them. There is no right or wrong answer. And I will start with anybody I choose, but for now, Mukhtari is set for 10:40. So that is our panel today. And I hope my panelists, you are comfortable where you are. Don't be intimidated by this audience. They're just your fellow citizens who are discussing things that we all know. And feel free to express yourself. This is a place where we do not judge anybody. We receive you because we understand that you have expertise in the issues that they have invited you to talk about. And let me start with, let me see which one might be most interesting for me. I would have loved to start with Mukhtari, but he's not, his time is not here. But let me start with so Aloysius. Do you have the IGG here? No. So you're going to stand in that position, or rather address the question that was intended for them. I hope you can address it very well. So I want us to. These are very interesting questions. Yeah. Let me start with strengthening should come last. What reforms Uganda should take to foster recovery of illicit financial flows, strengthening the oversight function, how corruption undermines realization of intended dividends. This was supposed to be Mukitale. He's online? Hello, Honorable Mukitale, are you online? Hello. Technical. You've lost him? Are we expecting him on? He's on? Can you hear me? Can you put which microphone? Oh, Honorable. Yes. I'm glad to hear your voice, sir. Yes, can you hear me? Yes, loud and clear. You're listening in.
And I requested listening. I've just come in at 20 minutes to 11 because supposedly accountability for the elections. And that's why I'm requesting to speak. I am so happy to join you.
Actually, Honorable, you are speaking to, I'm facilitating this meeting. I am speaking to Dr. Bazira Henry. And I've been looking at the set of questions that are before me. And your questions seem to be the best to come first. What do you think? Maybe I tell you the question so that you can decide whether you present yourself now or later on.
If I can always, you can raise the question again and I can fly straight out.
Yeah, and let me help you by just giving a quick update. Is that we are discussing corruption and commemorating the African Union Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption, which is the meeting we are in, and we are seeing the policy dialogue is on combating corruption under the theme promoting debt and fiscal justice for dignified lives. And I'm assuming that you have read the concept note. And why I'm insisting on, you probably see why I'm insisting on you starting is that the questions that are set before for you, questions that would actually open up the discussion, and the other ones would be closing the discussion. So I want to read the question for you: how, in your opinion, how to talk to us on your thoughts about how corruption undermines the realization of intended dividends from public investment finance and public investments financed by debt. What do you think? Is that something you can handle now? Let me repeat more than ready. So if you are ready, we are also listening, our ears are wide open. And tell us how you think corruption undermines the realization of the intended dividends from public investments financed by debt. Over to you, Honorable Mukhtari.
Morning, appreciate Saitin and all the partners in this process of trying the hemorrhage of the would be our social infrastructure for the good of the country in terms of it, and yet sometimes private-minded individuals who are actually the public intentions in the public investment. With the background of a tax agent chain for 15 years. So I know, but I also know the challenges we have had, some of us who joined the business on 92 January, the day URA was started, the central tender board, and I can tell you, many threw away a kid in the dirty water. We may have to rethink bulk procurement, have to rethink the common user items big time, so that and I tell you that you can our debt portfolio today is equivalent to the country for the last 30 years. I can also say that 60% of our country is procurement related. So I'm happy to say we need to think big, because the kind of corruption we are dealing with is in agriculture, is in you will find it is in try to change and try and make the laws, and one of them I failed to make was go back to the Central Tender Board and Central Purchasing Corporation, because the deep state and the cartel that benefits from that method, for them it is a survival. But I'm also been of the budget appropriation, and 10 of which I was scrutinizing the debt, and 6 of them are speak with pain that the hemorrhage, the 10 trillion lost by year, is almost 28% of the national budget, and that is not something to just be comfortable with. I was saying at the beginning that I was requesting to speak much. Today is supposed to be the day for us in NRM to get us the new leadership. And if we had oversight, the corruption we are doing, because they are district leaders, they are sub-county leaders, high members of parliament, people are elected, and I expect that on such a voting day, those who have not done their part will be smoother, and we get those who can do oversight. So we have the institutions. You can't count them, from the CID, there are corruption, and the Auditor General, we have the President's office. In terms of recovery of that 10 don't see it. Now, coming from a background of a tax agent, for making sure we raise the much so needed tax. Rather, we take proactive, preventive approach, and that's why to review the procurement process in this country, so that you don't have to first put the meat before the cat, and then you say the cat has taken the test it, you may even pour it. So I would really want us to be proactive. I would want us to be preventive, because we know that trade-off in terms of debt servicing. The money in the much needed skilling, in the much needed health insurance, the money is actually being expended in terms of services. If we had been proactive before and some of us started raising, I raised an alarm, if you want to remember, 2009 to 2013. I think I wanted a colleague on the panel from will tell you. Because when we stopped receiving concession long term IDA at 0.7 for 40 years, and we started getting commercial loans, we got it. The country was rated B plus, getting the concession loans. And the middlemen, there are those who benefit from this selfish design. But even when we start getting commercial loans, you get a loan, very expensive loans. So these loans for payment, even when it hasn't done its work. I talked about PPs. The other point I want to emphasize, can we first understand our debt stock is much bigger than what's declared. The government, when they added in, we said loan, grants, guarantees are also commitment. Contingent liabilities arise from. So we need to first understand about. So guarantees were list. Grants were added. But PPP, private partnership, is also a lot. Very expensive. And the oil more than 15 years, 12 years ago, it will hit the Tilenga, the Eco, refinery now, it hit 25 billion. And that money recoverable cost is a loan. But have you had any debate in the parliament in terms of oversight? Public expenditure, zero. 15,000 in oil camps at total cost dollars a day, not in camps and tourism, not whatsoever. It is temporary, breakable. 15,000 for 7 whole years. If chain hotels, 150 were put in the Albert and region of Lisa, Koima, and how can Parliament be silent? That's what I'm saying. Those who have not worked, those who have not pushed for accountability, should be removed from Parliament. But the way the money in politics without declaring, so I can see the nexus between the financing of elections, and the corruption in parliament, in the district, in sub-counties, are those who will invest. Uganda is doing very well in the mineral finance. How much are we using in exemptions? What if the people in oil and gas, the people in the minerals, where we are supposed to transfer pricing? You have just talked of illicit, financial flows. We know there is transfer pricing in this part. There is an account for URI. So until we are have the leadership at all levels which can do oversight, because both the Auditor General's report is post-mortem, and IGG telling us that post-mortem does not help. How do we make sure that the little budget we have, we repurpose it and make sure that in the most needed area? We speak as an executive board member of National Planning Authority, because now that's another docket after Secretary. And as a tax agent, 15 as a member of parliament. So if you say I can give a three-dimension approach, collect a lot of taxes. I have seen how done procurement in medical stores, I've done procurement in other government projects, renovate. I know what happened in parliament. And I'm now at National Planning Authority, where we can just the National Development Plan 4. So to make sure that for us to grow this economy, have a resource, the discretion resource, money going for debt repayment should be done. Because just pushing for increased domestic floods, the leakages, where it does not, it's not enough. So for me, that's we need to rethink. We need so you know, I'm an advocate of national health. One area is in the economy, one area is in the issue. It's those who are, as we are crying as projects. So let us as we wish this money, the 10 trillion that we are put in the National Development Plan, industrialization. Who are the wells, mineral value, oil and gas, and we are not talking about refinery and industrial park. And technology, the 10 trillion, which is repurposed to these areas, where more jobs and not government. Then, which we are saying, we need the SPR, we need the water transport, which is the cheapest. We need to do domestic flights for tourists. We need to give cheap money for private sector borrowing. We have made many roads for the last 20 years. We know what we need, but the money and the 10 trillion for debt servicing is there. Where for these areas I'm making in the NDP4 and as we push for the 10 growth strategy of the economy to appreciate when you keep bringing these matters, but my like we had lost the battle. My 11th parliament, don't hear the debate on minerals. We don't wish you well in the next election, but executive board member. But I wish that this conversation can go back to local government. But we who have persevered the difficult citizens know their rights. That's why we understand that would have been if somebody has become with money without buying you an ambulance, there's supposed to be an expenditure from the government. I really want to appreciate this very important, and I giving right from the policy one of the centralized high cases, common user items. We could add from every district ministry a different computer at a different procurement is that. So there are really areas of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukitare. You notice I did not interrupt you. I gave you a chance to pour out your heart. And I think members have listened to you, what you hold very dear. Please clap for him. But before I let you off the hook, you've talked about the power purchase agreement, the loans, the grants, the guarantees that are given to many investment projects, plus the problem of getting loans that are not properly, that are not accompanied by the matching feasibility studies. Would you also, in your opinion, think that this constitutes to run corruption that we must be able to take into account? Over to you, Honorable.
I agree with my colleague, historical colleague from our old days. Still in defining loan, you know, you get a loan with a contractor. Loan already attached with the contractor is corruption itself. And the price you negotiate is also a problem. We have loans like
Exim Bank and others. The Exim Bank of all countries is intended to create jobs. It is an export commodity for the country where it's coming from. So it comes with a contract, but let them compete. But you know, when it comes here, and the loan for oil and gas roads was procured in I was still in parliament in 2017. But by 2021, when it's being executed, the loan is not that insurance and what, and then they get another charge. The contractor gets a pre-finance. So you have three corruptions there. You have a commercial loan, it comes with a contractor, and the contractor is charging you a pre-finance for the delay of the loan already procured 4 years ago, but not yet with the treasury. So Uganda is paying all those loans. And have you had anybody resigning because those loans are going on in the country? Projects, loans are procured when they are not ready, and we are paying commitment fees. How does that happen? So we should understand in depth before we discuss the loans related to corruption. Let us first discuss what loans are we discussing. I left a question in Parliament. Is a production sharing agreement recoverable cost a loan or not? It is a loan, but in the way they crafted the debt, they are saying, you know, that is not a debt. How can a recoverable cost not be? It's a cost profit. How can it not be a loan? And that's why you see Parliament has not taken interest in it. We are waiting for the General's report, and money is being squandered in the area. The linkages of tourism I've just mentioned would be having 150 chain hotels. The linkages of oil and gas police, the linkages of state participation, the technology in water abstraction, all has been denied. A cartel of a few people are running the oil and gas industry without the other government. You look at the EPRC report on what would have been the linkages between oil and gas and the other economy. It is missing. The local content is abused. So I really want to agree with you that if we understand the kind of the debt architecture we are having, it is possible to deal with this. Of course, one would tell you that there is little money now in the global market for concessional financing. That is also not truly true. We are now talking of climate financing. We are talking of innovative financing. Yes, it's good to talk about all those areas. But we also know that the global north is squandering a lot of money. Would you want to know how much money is being spent by the NATO in the war between Ukraine and Russia? Would you want to know how much Israel and America is now spending? So we are not a priority for those developed north. It is only the earlier we realize it is ourselves to help us out of this mess, the better. And yet Africa is supposed to be the emerging economy, is the new world in the next 30, 50 years when we are seeing projections, even in terms of population, even in terms of the new markets where they are coming. And that's why I want to celebrate this celebration we are having, because African continent free trade area, if well facilitated with interconnection and we get some home solution, it is time we look for some home solutions. Can we get our local construction companies? Can we get our SGR across Africa? Can we get our airlines into Africa? The telecoms have done it. I wish we could get more local banks of Africa so that this resource remains within Africa, and that's how we can run out. Because I can end by saying all you are seeing is imperialism, is neocolonialism. The colonial state is still at large, and those the middlemen of these loans are working for imperialists. They are neocolonialists and they are very powerful. So we need to break this colonial state, and we need to also stop the balkanization of colonialism. And that's why you see in the part of the Sahel and the part of the West North Africa, there is quite an uprising, because they can't understand why you can have the minerals and take them outside to get more than 25 value in France, in Paris, and other countries, when here you remain with ours. So I think we need it's a multi-pronged approach. As we discuss the issue of debt, we also must have policy direction. If that bulk purchase and common use items is done, the common use, then you can do an import substitution using a tax policy. So that you make the supplies within Africa. The efforts we are trying, can we make our own drugs? Can we make our own computers? Can we make Uganda as... Thank you so much, my brother. Yes.
I was asking a question that when you talk about colonialists, why don't you mention their names? The neo-colonialists, why don't you mention their names? So that I see that by the happening across. Okay, we all know them. That's what he has said. All right. So I think let's give him a clap for his presentation, and I know very many of members have picked up quite a number of things that will come back to the plenary here. I want to take note that I'm giving each and every person 20, 25 minutes. So the 5 minutes are just in case you want to spill over for the submission. So don't think that I'm not taking charge of how long they speak. So now Muktali, thank you very much. And I've always enjoyed working with you we have struggled in this sector, trying to make this country a little bit better, but we seem to be stagnated. But let's hope that change will come. I would like, and I hope you're staying with us so the panel you can listen to the panel that is here with us up to 11. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know you only miss our tea, but that's fine for us, not for you. I'll take the opportunity to recognize the presence of another member of parliament who joined us, Honorable Veronica Nanyondo. I hope I'm pronouncing the name very well. And I want someone to give a microphone so that you can introduce yourself. the best way you want us to hear you. If there is no microphone next to you, let me bring you one. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let her introduce herself. I'm introducing her because these are the members of parliament who will help us on the policy issues. I mean, on the legislative issues, and they represent us. So when they listen to the pain that citizens have, hopefully it will go to parliament, and hopefully it will end up to the executive to feel also the pain, and probably some of the change may happen. So please go ahead. There's a button at the bottom, switch it on, and the light will go on. Give it a few seconds, then the mic will be active. Yes.
Thank you very much, moderator. You have already done the introduction. I'm Veronica Nanyondo. Good morning, everyone. Woman MP Bukomansimi District. I'm learning and
You're
getting
welcome.
information.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome. So now I want to change gears and listen to the lamentations from civil society by asking Aloysius Kitengu. Hopefully the lamentations will change to, I don't know whether they will change to Proverbs, but to something, Acts of the Apostles. All right. So my colleague Kitengu, based on what you have heard Honorable Mukitale saying, and picking out just a few things that he has said, what reforms would you recommend that you think would be, or just talk about the reforms and what you think you would recommend to curb the illicit financial flows and the revenue leakages that Honorable Mukitari and others have talked about? You have 20 minutes, starting now.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Honorable Mukitari for the submission. Actually, when you look at, we need also to first appreciate that there are some information provided in terms of estimates that we are losing, at least as Uganda, in terms of corruption, around 9 to 10 trillion. Because having that data gives us the opportunity to have a basis to claim in terms of recovering what is being lost. Because the challenge when it comes to corruption and issues of illicit financial flows is the aspect of lack of data and lack of information. Because if you don't have it, it makes it difficult for you to track and be able to recover what we are losing. He was talking about the aspect of the commitment fees, and it has been one of our issue when it comes to when the government reads the national budget every time there is a portion for the commitment fees, and yet it is something which we can avoid in one way or the other when at least we try to have ready projects. Because at the end of the day, if we don't have ready projects and we go ahead to borrow money and we put the money in our coffers, we end up paying commitment fees. It is a challenge in the way that the little resources we have for development and provision of services is going to is being used to pay something which we can curb in one way or the other. To me, I think if the government puts in place, we saw that the government launched, we are part of the National Budget Month members when the government was launching the PIMS, Public Investment Management Strategy, looking at how can we make sure that the money which is being borrowed is going directly. They have to check on all those challenges that were facilitating issues related to losses of funds due to lack of ready projects. So to me, I think one of the measure which we can use is to ensure that the PIMS strategy or policy is put into place, is put into use, it is implemented to the dot. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't make maybe can I call it sense, to borrow money when you don't have, when you're not ready to utilize that money. And yet we have a number of things that requires resources to be used. But at the end of the day, you are putting a country to a debt, an extra debt in terms of paying just a commitment before even you look at paying the premium and the interest on that debt which you have acquired. So to me, I think if we can organize and make sure that all the resources we borrow, all the resources we have in terms of public investments, we have everything in place to utilize those resources. That will be the first thing. We need to plan accordingly so that we don't lose out at the end of the day. So even that takes us to the planning. When we are attaining money, are we ensuring that everything which requires that project to be in place, like the right of way, have we been able to clear and settle each and every challenge that can hinder us to implement that project? So to me, I think that is one of the issue we have to look at in one way or the other for us to be able to to check on the loophole in terms of things related to the losses. The other aspect is on the developmental aspect of the projects related to loan or debt related projects. You have found that there are several projects that are implemented in Uganda which do not consider the aspect of compensation, and yet we are looking at we should ensure that the debt, the loan we get is for development, but also it should have that human benefit in one way or the other, in that when we borrow we have money to compensate the people so that they can get what they have lost in one way or the other. But also, even when we impact on all the needs of the people, because you find that for the construction of roads which we have, some people are required to move from where the road is going to be constructed, and the dignity of their dignity is not put into consideration. So while we are trying to contribute to the development of the country using the money we have got from the different areas, because at the end of the day, beyond even the debt, the resources we get, do we consider the aspect of dignity? So to me, I think we need also to have that in mind, and also ensure that in the way we attain the resources, we have that in place, because the the entire aspect of us borrowing for the development of the country is for the benefit of the citizens. So to me, I think we have also to put that into consideration when it comes to the aspect of the revenue loss. When you look at what sometimes I say it is the base. When you look at what uh, the Mbeki report was giving us in 2015 in trying to divide what we are losing of the commercial activities contributing to almost 65%, the criminal contributing to 30%, and then 5% to corruption. Currently, if you look at what we are losing in corruption, which we can, not all that we are losing in corruption can be documented, but when you look at what is being documented, the question is, how much are we losing in the other activities? We see what is happening in terms of criminal activities across Uganda and at the global level. We see what is happening in economic activities that are happening, the issues related to what Mr. Honorable was talking about of transfer mispricing, which is happening within our corporations, issues of misinvoicing, issues of under invoicing and other related commercial activities. What have we done? We have seen that there are a number of institutions that have been put in place, and allow me first even to recognize the work done by the Auditor General. The question we have, the recommendations that have been highlighted by the Auditor General, how do we put them into effect? Because at least we have a basis on where we are losing. We have a basis of who is in the chain of corruption, in the chain of illicit financial flows, what have we done as Uganda to ensure that these recommendations are put into consideration? Regardless of the institutions we have, there are a number which we know that are trying to curb illicit financial flows. But how are we? The other issue we have to ask ourselves, are the institutions we have in place have the mandate to bite? Because when we have several institutions trying to do almost the same work, are they with the mandate to bite? Are they with the mandate to implement? Because at the end of the day, we can create as many institutions to fight or to curb illicit financial flows, but without the mandate. So is it because of the number of institutions or the mandate? So can we, in terms of reforms that we're supposed to look at, can we look at what is impeding those institutions to effect, to ensure that what they were supposed to do is put into consideration? So to me, I think as long as we don't give the mandate to these institutions, we will not be in position to achieve. The other aspect is the political will. I liked what Honorable was talking about, the oversight role. Because I think when they do the oversights and they provide recommendation, who is supposed to put into consideration these recommendations? Because they cannot touch. I think it is eyes on, hands off. They do a given they play their role, but when it comes, who is supposed to make sure that the oversight done by our member of parliaments is put into consideration, and the responsible institutions are with the ability to ensure that the issues identified by the oversight, by the Auditor General, are put into considerations. To me, I think, regardless of looking at the loopholes within the laws we have, we need to look at if those loopholes are identified and recommendations are provided. The line ministry, the line institution is provided with the ability to be able to execute. So if they don't have the ability to execute, we are just going to say what you're talking about of lamenting and lamenting and lamenting.
Aloysius, we are not starting from scratch as a country in the sense of reforms. We have had reforms since Uganda exists. And so where is the problem? Are the reforms themselves poorly crafted? Are the reforms themselves failing because of what you're talking about, institutional weaknesses or failure to exercise their mandates? Are the reforms failing because of human beings?
I think all combined, the fountain of honor in terms of who is supposed to make sure is the political will. If we have political will, I think, and I'm certain that we can check on this problem we have. Because at the end of the day, if there is political will to ensure that issues that have been put before our leaders, they can be executed, and ensure that those who are caught in corruption, issues related to abuse of offices are punished accordingly, because the laws are in place and we can amend and make. Someone was saying that the beauty about the law is that even when you try to close the loopholes and amend the law, you are creating more loopholes. So what can we do? What we need to do is to ensure that as we have these enabling laws, the power and the interest to curb should be facilitated, or should be in position to ensure that the enabling laws facilitate, enable, and the political will is able to execute. So to me, even as a country, if we get to create more laws, if we go ahead to create more institutions, without that political will, we will not be in position to curb illicit financial flows, to curb corruption within the country, because the laws are there and they can enable us to check on the problem. But who is the person responsible or the institution responsible to ensure that these laws are put into good use is not willing. until that time when the institution is able to ensure that the laws are put into good use and they can ensure that each and every person or any loophole identified is closed, we will not be in position to cap IFFs.
My last question to you, sir, is we have talked about the tenfold growth strategy. I think the target is 2030, 2040. Based on that tenfold growth strategy, what are your opinions? Do you think this is a realistic target?
Can I state that that is visionary? And a vision is something which informs you, which you need to achieve. It depends on how you lay the strategy. And now this is how we are supposed to lay the strategy. How can we make sure that the little we have in terms of the resources is put into good use? How can we make sure that when you talk about the ATMs, agricultural and agricultural industrialization, we are putting money into the value chain, than saying that we have put money in agriculture, but when it comes to where have you put the money for agricultural transformation, agricultural industrialization, which items or crops have you identified as Uganda to make sure that you put a lot of money in the chain in terms of even having access to seeds, access to fertilizers, having access to machineries, having access to good post-harvest handling, understanding and support from the extension workers. Most of the time, I'm sorry even to use this platform to say that most of the time we say we don't have enough extension workers to do what? To support subsistence farming, or they're supposed to support commercial farming. And you find that those ones who have the effective commercial farmers, they have the extension workers. So most of the time, while we are saying that, where do we put money? For instance, in the first 8 years, the first agricultural industrialization, where do we put money? In terms of value addition, we can't do value addition to each and every crop in Uganda, but we can identify some driven by market access and market entry at national, regional, and global level. So to me, I think we just need to look at where are we putting our money. In terms of tourism, what is the issue? Roads, hotels, and other services, have we taken the opportunity and the chances to use our commercial attaches or diplomatic attaches to advertise our tourism sector? So to me, I think even going that and the aspect of trade, how have we invested money in those particular sections within the ATMs that can enable Uganda to get money? But we need to ensure, even when it comes to mineral, we have a problem of mineral beneficiation. We are supposed to add value on our minerals. Where is the problem? Is it because we don't have access to technology? And what can be done as Uganda to do it, to add value on our raw materials so that we can get money, not only even getting money, but also even look at the creation of the value chain in the mineral sector is going to create the backward and forward linkage. What can we do in terms of putting money there where we can invest more money? In terms of science and technology, we need to look at where can we put money than looking at we have put money in science and technology, but where is the problem and where can we get more when we invest money in science and technology? Because the challenge we have in terms of science and technology is the infrastructure. But which infrastructure can we prioritize for a given financial year of that budget to put money there, but hoping that at least in the short and the long run, we'll be in position to get money? So to me, we have to look at the little we get. How do we invest it? And it should be in productive sectors and creating the chains. The moment we just look at selling without looking at the value chain, we will not be in position to get money from the value chain in those sectors, but also making sure that we curb each and every loophole at the revenue collection, but even at the revenue utilization.
You made your point, sir. Thank you very much for that submission, and please let's clap for Aloysius for his submission. I'm one of those advocates who think that we need to develop technology locally for mineral exploitation, if possible, even for the oil and gas sector. We have technical colleges, Chambogo and the others, who work with these things. We should finance them so that they are able to copy the technology. I don't want to use the other word I normally like to use, steal the technology. Yeah, because we cannot continue to rely on technology that is patented, that is very expensive, which has very many strings attached, when we have brains that can actually craft those technologies here. Honorable Seungu, I'm going to make you the last submission because oversight. I want to go to PPDA. You have listened to your people, the ones you work for, and you have the experience with PPDA on matters of corruption. And tell us, Catherine, how you see the role of PPDA in managing corruption, and also tell us what are those strategies now that corruption is happening, even while you are PPD are present. What are those strategies or new innovative ideas that you would like to us to listen to as ways towards dealing with the corruption that happens in public procurement? Over to you.
Thank you, moderator, and good morning to all of us in the room. And in relation to your question, and maybe connecting to what the Honorable talked about and what Aloysius has talked about, as PPDA, our role mainly is to regulate public procurement, and our mandate lies within that regulation bit. And what do we do? What do we do? Mainly where we've come through is in emphasizing audits, and audits which are not for post-mortem, like the Honorable said, but we are coming in early to arrest problems earlier. How do we do this? We have our process of public procurement. I hope in the room you are aware about our process of public procurement, starting from planning to contract management. And what I wanted to remind you about is we have this problem of corruption within the process because, you know, corruption thrives under unclear circumstances. Corruption thrives under poor documentation. Corruption thrives under this feeling of stakeholders thinking we shall always go scot-free. So what are we doing as PPDA? PPDA, we are saying, no, let us look at this whole process, right from planning. Where is the problem? Where is corruption hidden? Where is corruption embedded by the stakeholders intentionally? And that is why we, through various reforms, as I'm going to give you the various steps, we are saying, okay, if the issue is in planning, I hope you are aware that over 60% of our budget is expended through public procurement. And between me and you in this room, where there is a lot of money, there's bound to be a lot of temptation unless we come out intentional and we say, no, we must do what? We must regulate this. It can't go on. So what we are doing is improve visibility of the processes, improve transparency of the processes. How are we improving visibility of these processes? Planning. These procuring and disposing entities have plans, huge amounts of money. We actually have over 15 high spend entities, very big budgets. This is what we've said. When you make your plans, display the plans. I hope you people are aware that they should be displaying these procurement plans. Display, let the people know what you're intending to do what? To procure in a given financial year. Very key. Why? Because when they make these plans, they display this information. They submit to us as PPDA. When they submit to us as PPDA, we're able to look at their plans. What are your estimates? We sometimes have exaggerations in the way they make their specifications, their statements of requirements. There's a lot of money that you need to find out what is this bringing out at the end of the day. So we've tried to emphasize this kind of displaying of those procurement plans. But then for those entities that are already on electronic government procurement, because as a way of improving at corruption, when they submit their procurement plans, we're able to at corruption. When they submit their procurement plans, we're able to see, so you're procuring this works project, you're procuring these supplies. What is the method that you're using? A method that should focus on improving visibility. For us, by default at PPDA, we encourage use of open bidding or advertise, especially where the values call for what? For advertising. So in our audits, we now go out and look for these entities. This procurement was worth maybe a certain amount of money, billions. Why is it that you have not advertised? Because the moment an entity is avoiding transparency, the moment an entity is looking at, let us be restrictive, let us pick out a few providers instead of advertising, when the method would have called for advertising, we're able to know, no, there is something hidden. We are trying to allocate this procurement to a specific group. So we encourage them, advertise where possible. So all this, we are able to trace it within the plans. Now, the problem of corruption again within these PDEs comes in the bidding process. I hope in the room you are aware that all processes except the small procurements, the micro procurements, they have to go through what? A bidding process. So who prepares the bidding documents to issue to the bidders? The PDUs. These you call the procurement officers. How are we able to say as PPDA we are going to combat corruption within bidding? In most cases, corruption is well knitted within the bidding documents. Poor quality documents which tailor evaluation criteria, for example, to a certain direction, that when you look through a bidding document, you know he won't be able to participate. Honorable won't be able to participate. Most likely, even if they participated, this is going to be won by Catherine because of the way the criteria has been set. That is one. Sometimes you find that even within bidding, the entities are able, the PDUs, those who are preparing the bidding documents, they are able to have a short list that at the end of the day will promote syndicate. All this we have raised from our audits, that we know we are inviting X, Y, Z, but then we can even inform X, Y not to do what? Not to bid, and only Z bids. So PPDA, what are we doing? We are so particular on this generation of shortlist. We use shortlist when we are not advertising. We say, no, we have raised the number. Instead of 3, let us have 6. If they are supposed to be 6, let them be 6. And we have a clear criteria of choosing who is going to be this. We have a lot of capacity building. How do we check out who does what? So that at the end of the day, we are actually sure that whoever is being invited to be a provider within an entity is actually being chosen in the right way. Now, together with improving transparency, documentation, sometimes corruption thrives again where we know we won't be able to make a follow-up. You are aware that we have contracts which have been won by specific providers time and again. You go to an entity, which entity can we use? You go to Mulago National Referral Hospital and you find the provider has always been Catherine and Sons, time and again. What are we doing as PPDA? Within the bidding documents, we've introduced what we call the beneficial ownership form. We want to be able to know who is the actual owner beyond the company. It is helping us a lot. We are interfacing with providers who are saying PPDA is no longer business as what? As usual. We are seeing this is going to work. Corruption. Who is promoting corruption? The entities, but also the providers. Again, within bidding, we are saying we have introduced a serious code of ethical conduct for providers. When they are bidding, I want to assure you in this room, they must show us that they are committed to observing the principles of public procurement. This issue of coming to look for business in entities and they are fronting the envelopes, it is against the principles of public procurement. We have suspended many providers. If you go on our website now, I think we have like 27 by this morning. We suspend 3 years, 4 years. Don't go in business. Why? Because you're breaching the code of ethical conduct. You're not supposed to be affronting those corrupt practices. You're not supposed to be forging documents. And then what is happening to that? So that is in bidding. You know, corruption again comes in contract implementation. Contract implementation, you've had cases of delayed payments, you've had cases of no payment. Meanwhile, the provider is moving between the accounting officer's office, payments. Meanwhile, they are being tossed around. Why? Around how much can you give? Because now that it comes from whistleblowers, how much can you give so that we can clear your payments? Now, many times we have raised these cases. We have recommended most of these accounting officers when you get these reports from providers. And I want to assure you, we have cases that are before the anti-corruption court, and we're saying no, this cannot work. Now that comes in contract management. As I know I still have some few minutes. Contract
Yes, we do.
implementation, again, we have the issue of variations. Are you aware that we have corruption built within variations during implementation of projects? A project starts off at 100 billion. It is concluded in 120 billion. Where is the problem? We varied on this angle. There was a variation of this percentage. And that is why we said, no, we must put an end to variations. We are not allowing for variations which are not justified. You see, they say we changed the dimension of this building. The initial BOQs were in this line. Along the way, they've added more because they had pre-planned that, don't worry, you can even bid at a low price, but during implementation, we shall see how we can cater for that. So we are trying to say, no, contract variations, let us bring that to an end. It shouldn't be happening because we're encouraging all this kind of corruption. And then when I bring out what Aloysius was saying in relation to having projects, a project starts off, but we don't have a right of way. What do you think would happen if a project has already started and then we start bargaining for a right of way? The owner of land will inflate the way they feel like. We've had those cases with blood banks in several areas. I will not bring out the example of UNRWA and what. We are saying, don't approve a project before you have all the right approvals. You can't start seeking for the approvals during implementation, because again, that is where we are going to find people looking out for favors from owners of land, people looking out for favors from whoever is the cultural sites and what's shifting them. You can't do that during project implementation. This one, we are so particular about this. It is helping us to save in several areas. Now, let me bring out the corruption during evaluation of bids. You know, when an entity is to give work, they evaluate bids. Now, we've been having cases of, have you heard about arithmetic error corrections during evaluation of bids? And you actually find a bidder who left jubilating when they read out the bid price, the best. At the end of the day, they actually turn out not to be the best. Intentional, created arithmetic error corrections. PPDA, what have we done in our reforms? Currently, we are saying no arithmetic error corrections. Especially, we are more pronounced on consultancy services. When we came to works and supplies, we hit a snag at some point and they said, okay, let us create a standard deviation so that if we have a bid which has errors, don't correct, reject. We have a report. Bidders, when we brought out this, they said, do you know now our bids don't have errors? So we say, so what was bringing about the errors? Maybe working together with the internal parties. But then I want to appreciate you, CSOs. We are working with CSOs. I don't know in the room how many we have. We have the
Almost
civil
95%.
society organizations helping us in contract monitoring. Anybody on board in the room? Contract monitoring. We have a contract monitoring system. This one, we have worked with it for the last, it's coming to 4 years. For the last 3 years, we're having reports. You know, CSOs, you are our eyes on the ground, and you see things the way they are. We want to appreciate your effort because ever since we launched the contract monitoring system, it is working. This project is supposed to be like this. You know what? It is not actually happening. We are bringing on board the Uganda Debt Network, especially for those projects with attached to big dates and what. We want to ensure that when a project is started, you know, CSO is not very technical, fine, but you can visit a hospital and you say, you can visit a school and you say, if this floor was supposed, according to the BOQs, we are supposed to have finishing using sunscreen, and maybe you're seeing a different, but you can say, but this is not what it should have been. So we are being helped. You know, when you are in real time and you bring real time information, then we're able to handle in that way. But as I conclude this, I want to assure you that if we all choose to be more intentional reporting these cases, being our eyes on the ground, I'm sure as PPDA we shall be able to move big. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. Just before we let you off the hook, I just want to let you know that I had set questions for you, which you have answered ably. One of the questions I had set for you was, what challenges do you experience as PPDA? I think you've responded to that. And as PPDA, how do you bite when you see a corruption case or event? And maybe the one that you have not yet answered, that I'm just asking for clarification, is there a framework where in your procurement that allows or restricts an entity from bidding for many contracts for the purposes of allowing others to also come on board for, what would I say, equity or broadening participation in because if we are going to have a contractor for the next 10, 20 years, the only one bidding and taking the contracts, and you have companies also out there who are looking for contracts, what framework do you have in the PPD arrangement that allows you to broaden the participation of other contractors? That's the first question that you have not. You can give us clarification. And you can also tell us about how you manage contract penalties that arise from contract delay or failure for government to pay contractors, because usually there is interest that accrues as a result of delayed payment of contractors within the contract period. Over to you.
Thank you very much. A limit on the number of projects a contractor can take up. If we have a contract worth an amount and we advertise as an entity, as a procuring and disposing entity, you cannot stop anyone from participating because they've done a lot of work with you. What you're going to emphasize is look at their financial ability by looking at the ongoing projects. If I have very many projects which are ongoing, maybe a way of limiting you would be saying, if you have many ongoing projects, actually, will you have the capacity to have many others on board? Otherwise, if I've done with you business, there's nothing you can do to do it to stop me from doing with you business again, as long as I have the capacity. Maybe in relation to that, moderator, how I would rephrase your question, maybe to fit within stopping few entities from doing business continuously. The only way we have done that is to limit renewals. We have what we call contract renewals. A contractor has business with PPDA, let me use PPDA, and 3 years, then renewable upon satisfactory. You find they have worked with the same entity 20 years down the road. We only know you that you're the only one who's doing business with us. That one we have a limit. We say contracts should not be renewed within our new amendments. We don't allow for renewals. We limited them to a few services like catering services, like cleaning services. Otherwise, we don't want to promote renewals. When a contractor performs, they should leave the floor and open up, because for us, our principles are within openness, fairness. Others should be allowed to come on what? To come on board. Now, penalties. When it comes to penalties, we could look at them in terms of the penalties on the side of the provider, a provider who can't complete work in time. Definitely for them, if we have very good laid out special conditions of contracting, they lose out. We have what we call liquidated damages payable. You do work on and on and on, you should be meeting a cost. And then if you work and you can't conclude your work, usually we say then there should be an issue. There is a breach somewhere, because there's a reason why we had a time frame and we were saying work should be concluded within a given time. Now, on the side of government, we are working hand in hand with Ministry of Finance, because the delays are not even within the entity. Sometimes they say the delays in payments are because of late releases of what? Releases of funds. But what are we doing with electronic government procurement? We are saying a bidder should not start, a contractor now should not start performance of the contract if their money has not yet been encumbered, if we are not sure that payment is actually going to be there. Because whenever we are even in such meetings with providers, their main cry is on late payment, and sometimes the entities are not to blame, because late payment sometimes is because of late releases, not responsible, not at the accounting officers' desks. Otherwise, if we are able to handle this, then we are sure that issues of late payment should not actually continue to hinder proper performance of contractual obligations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Catherine. A round of applause for her. Mr. Honorable Mukitari wants to leave us and would like to say a few things, his closing remarks. Before he leaves us, I would like to give him just maybe two.
To give an example where during COVID-1, Parliament released money for MRIs and ICUs, and then by the second phase, the procurement was not on supplies. There are areas where really the country lost people because somebody procured to Uganda, but not to Arua Health Facility. Not so. The issue of the last end delivery becomes very important. I just wanted to first of all share my experience at National Medical Stores, where we made sure that we deliver up to the end, and even made sure we did our what we call our core mandate. What is not our core mandate, like transporting stuff, you go out of it, but you deliver the drugs. But the areas I wanted my sister to talk about was because she has talked ably how we are failing to catch the thieves and stop the hemorrhage. I want her to talk about the two areas, proactive, preventive. And number one, how can we centralize high-value procurement so that we bulk these end users? It is not a good procurement practice for end users in the MDS district to even do procurement. If we have centralized high-value procurement, if we have bulk purchase, if we have common user items, we know government needs computers, needs stationery. You remember the days of an envelope of Uganda on Uganda government service. You could have the same stationery, but today everybody buys a different item. So the two issues of centralized high-value procurement and bulk purchase for common user items brings down it gives government a lot of power in terms of negotiation. The second point is that of the linkage. How do we stop the hemorrhage of government of Uganda is largely importing most of the supplies. You can be intentional under industrial policy and import substitution policy to do what was closing with as a negative, but make it a positive. If you have Oscar Industries for papers and Big Fair, for assuming they are still there, and you want supplies of stationery in Uganda, you make those very companies, you give them what we call reorders, long-term contracts on condition in 4 years we are going to give this man who has got money from parliament for drugs. We are going to give you an order and quality chemicals. Supply Uganda drugs for 10 years. We give you that contract. You can borrow money from a bank on condition the drugs will not be imported from outside. So we are missing out PPDA. We are missing out that connection between PPDA, between finance. We are missing out deliberate intentional industrial policy of giving long-term contracts reorders, so that when we give you that contract, you give us the price even at tens. I can tell you I've been in procurement of drugs, I've been procurement of everything in this country. We can negotiate the prices. Of course, I want to agree with her. The other point we are doing at NPA, the cost of bringing down business. The cost of being business at the end of the day affects the suppliers. If they are borrowing expensive bank money, they are charging a lot of money. But also, I want to talk about the issue of domestic carriers. When we delay to pay suppliers, because I've worked for international suppliers, I've worked for local suppliers, I've worked for government. So when you delay paying a supplier in terms of domestic carriers, he's structuring the pricing, including the delay of 2 years not paid. So these are real things we need to do, and I'm saying they are proactive, they are preventive, because the other area Madam has deliberated, you cannot win the battle. It is laborious. They are going to tell you we bid it, they are going to tell you it was competitive, but you will not get the results. The results are in centralized high value procurement, in bulk purchases of common use items. It is in making sure the cost of doing business is low. But let's be intentional to stop the issue of too much importing. We can produce most of these things as a country. And I'm ending with the issue of state participation. State participation is important. Why can't UNRA for 20 years should have been a construction company? So if the Army Brigade decides to construct that, what you call the that element of Ugandan component, if local companies are weak,
local content,
the state should, yes. If the private companies are weak, the state can start up, UNRWA can start up, Army Brigade can start up, and you have 30% private sector, 30% government entities, and we can take most of this business to build the country. The biggest problem, all the big projects we have done for the last 20 years have been done by foreign companies, and the money ends up going abroad. And I think Saitini is along these areas of making sure we are supposed to promote exports, we are supposed to talk about tax, but not to work for foreign companies. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukhtari. Catherine, just maybe in 3 minutes, respond to what Honorable Mukhtari has.
Yes, Honorable, I hope you're still online.
Still online.
And as Honorable, you should be aware that actually, as PPDA, we are spearheading promotion of local content, if I can start with that one, because we have a whole guideline allocated to promotion of participation of local providers in public procurement. I hope in the room you're aware that we have set aside percentages. We are saying central government, all procurements of 30 million and below should go to local providers, not for the special interest groups, that could go to the special interest groups. But then for local providers specifically, we have set aside procurement values where we don't expect foreign bidders to compete with the local providers. And the local providers, we are looking at the national providers, we are looking at the resident providers, though again we have not mixed the residents with the national providers. So that is in effort to promote participation of local providers in public procurement. I hope in the room you are aware that we have exclusive reservations. We have procurements which have been set aside specifically for local providers, uniforms and related clothings most contracts now are with NITIL and fine spinners. We have furniture, we have transformers, we have medicines and medical sundries. All those have been set aside for local providers. What are we saying? Where the capacity is still there, we say we won't just say because for local providers we lose sight of quality, because for us in procurement it must be also value for what? Value for money. But we are building their capacity to tell them, yes, we've set aside these projects for you, but again, you must not lose sight of quality and you must not lose sight of ethical practices. That is for the local providers. We are promoting participation of special interests groups. That's the reservation we are saying 30 million and below for central government entities, for local government entities 10 million and below. Set them aside for special interest groups. Whom are we considering under special interest groups? The youth, the women, and persons who are abled differently. The elder didn't qualify to be there until further notice, probably when they bring out their case. Cost of doing business with government, moderator, give me 1 minute. Cost of doing business with government. How are we helping the providers? Performance securities, we reduced performance securities in our recent guidelines. Which used to be at 10%, we said no, let performance securities be at 5%. And even these, we apply them to very high value procurements. The relative lower value procurements which don't require advertising, we are saying we just use a performance securing declaration to commit to perform, not to abandon works, not to get out of the contract before full performance. I think that is a way of encouraging, of reducing costs on the side of the providers. Your concern, Honorable, if you're still there, collaborative, decentralized, high purchasing for high value products. We are coming to this current system coming from the central tender board operation. And again, the report we had there was still with those centralized stores, getting what you needed, you had to know somebody's like lining up for medicine at a hospital clinic. So we decided to decentralize. But where I agree with you, Honorable, is this cost, the divergence in costs of a laptop is at NSSF, it is at 5 million. It is at this one, it is at 6 million, same features. That one, we are coming up with a guideline of harmonizing prices so that we don't have this difference in prices for same procurements. We are also giving an attempt on collaborative purchasing for common user items. If it will work out, we are trying to see if we can start with IT projects so that we can have collaborative purchasing and we have a lead agency to do that on behalf of the others, so that again we don't lose sight of actually the value for money. If we adopt that and we adopt it successfully, we hope it will add value to the procurement chain, especially having quality quality procurements, but also within cost. Because if we lose sight of cost, then we lose sight of efficiency and at the end of the day, effectiveness.
Thank you very much, Catherine. A last round of applause for her. Thank you very much. Now we go to my final panelist, Honorable Seung. You have been in Parliament was quite a bit, and you have seen it in good times and sometimes hard times. You have been part of the process of developing policies and legislation for this country. And as your role for oversight function, there are two questions I want to set for you. The first question is, what are those things that you think Parliament needs to do to strengthen the role of Parliament in providing oversight? That's the first question. The second question is, we have a Public Finance Act, which I know you are very particular to when you are, as a member of Parliament, when we were drafting it in 2015, the 2015 Public Finance Act. After these many years of implementing that Public Finance Act, what are those things that you see in the Act and in the operations that we think need to be improved?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I'm going to respond to all those questions as you've given, but the number of issues that came in, as my friends were presenting.
Well, you have 20 minutes.
And it's very interesting. Onam Kitale has left, is offline.
I don't know whether he's
Onam
offline.
Kitale
We
was
can
the
find out whether
chairman.
he was there. Is he still there?
Yeah, even if he has left, someone will tell him what I've said.
He's still there.
Yeah,
He's still there.
yeah, he was the chairman of Committee National Economy in the parliament. And indeed, most of the loans of parliament were going through his office. Of course, I cannot delve much on what was happening, but you've seen even when he's talking, members, what you need to take care of is the legislation arm of government. You've heard Onam Kitale since he began talking, he cannot come out directly to say that somebody is making a message, but he is fearing. I think he's going for campaigns now. Because when you talk about non-performing loans, we are passing loans each and every day with him, and we are giving minority reports. But incidentally, he could not inform the fountain that this was wrong. And he's an economist. He's not like me, who is a professional teacher and now an advocate. When you talk about the airport of Hoima I talked about, that airport will be a hoax in the future. Let us look at what Obote and Amin did. They constructed airfields, and in each and every area where they put those airfields, they were attractive and the tourism areas. Go to Chobe with the hotels, go to Mountain of the Moon, Kasese, I think that's the hotel, go to Kabare and all those areas. Now here in Bunyoro, the whole of Bunyoro region is tarmacked, but with no business. And most of the money that has been used to construct all these roads, these are loans, but for them they are jubilating. Actually, they have even constructed and they have put there a stadium. But if you look at the cost of the stadium, and we will be playing that stadium after AFCON, we shall be here to tell each other what will happen in the future. But for them, they talk about politics and winning votes. And I've just heard the PPD here, and I had forgotten whether we still have PPD in Uganda. But fortunately, the energy and force she has used here can make me think that is revamping. PPDA, as we talk now, has a less role it is playing under the Act because UPDF has taken up each and everything. Daily Monitor has written on its online that as we talk now, Uganda military has taken up control of state affairs as research given by a certain organization I can read here. That is by the Institute for Strategic Studies and Innovations for Development for the Democratic Engagements and Action. We could ask these people of PPDA. He has given us a lot of fairness and good performance. Did they have powers when UPDF was given Nambole? Nambole, they spent 102 billion, and most of the work that was done there was mere painting of that stadium. Go and look at the hotel, go and look at the construction, and there are no taxes that were returned to government. There was Kano Mujenyi. He had a company called, I've forgotten, it worked on Ginger Road, on Ginger. I forgot the name of the company, but before I leave, I will have remembered it. We blacklisted it, and nobody could control these people. Now we are educating children to become engineers, to seek for opportunities to carry out their work, but people who are serving within the army are carrying out all contracts, and they are abandoning all their contracts they are carrying out. They are building hospitals, leaving them in dilapidated state. They are not completing them because they are incompetent. I have heard Onam Kitale. He talked about UNRWA. Go and look at the law that before we rationalized UNRWA, Uganda would have taken the biggest share of income from Southern Sudan to work on the roads if UNRWA had been given its opportunity to carry out its work. Ever since it was established by the Samanakitas and others, UNRWA remained there. But I was talking to one of the ministers. This is the son of the late Tokero. He told me if UNRWA was performing well, it had got machinery. Uganda would be having all the contracts to run and construct all the roads in Southern Sudan after them getting their self-rule and independence. But because of not respecting laws passed by parliament, we are ending up in all those challenges. Let us look at Mr. Moderator, this country has money, but the loopholes stealing money are too many. As we talk now, is not serving. Majority of them, even if you ask me as a member of parliament, including my friends here, they don't know some of the ministers since they were appointed. But they have been ministers for the last 5 years. So when we talk about neocolonialism, as Iwana Mukitala has stated, who has caused neocolonialism? It is the sitting fountain doing that. When you talk about Uganda Airlines, Mr. Moderator,
yes, sir.
I can tell you, you go to Bugerere, just where they are growing a lot of pineapples, Bugerere area. Kenyans come to Uganda, they buy pineapples from Uganda, they go to Nairobi, pack them and send them to London as products of Kenya, whereas they're grown in Uganda. When Amin took over power, he went to, I think, France. He brought Frisians and even bought the planes that he was using to bring those Frisians. Why was he
40,000.
saying? Because he wanted people to do massive agriculture and dairy. But as we talk now, our products, our crops have the best taste in the whole world. But do we have cargo planes in Uganda? Majority of the cargo planes we had were given to UPDF, and nobody knows where those planes disappeared from. Air Cargo, you remember that company?
Yes, sir.
All these have been stolen by those people. So, the Uganda Road Fund, let me say this. I want to quote this act briefly, Mr. Moderator. Take time and read the Uganda Road Fund Act, which was rationalized. When this law came into place, they were removing costs on the major issue was on road licenses for our vehicles for periodic yearly payments. And they said Uganda refund, whenever you buy a liter of fuel, they will be removing money from that liter of fuel to cater for working on the roads. And indeed, Ugandans accepted it. The Uganda Road Fund was put there. They said they're collecting money from every liter of fuel being collected so that our roads could be worked on. And under Section 34 of the Uganda Road Fund, it was clearly elaborating that where there are dividends and more funds collected by the Uganda Road Fund, the fund can invest this money elsewhere, and that money can be used to generate more income to work on our roads. By the time this road fund started collecting money, all the money was swindled by the executive. And when you go there to complain, asking for money to work on the roads, nothing is there, because the laws are good, but the practitioners of the laws are killing them. The way the PBDF has also been killed. Let me add on something here. In my 20 minutes, non-performing loans. Who is making loans not perform? Why do you ask for loans that you are not going to utilize? We have asked for the update of these loans. Whenever we refuse these loans, for us as the opposition in parliament, we move by minority reports in the committees. Take time and read the Semujunganda's report as the chairman and Minister of Finance opposition in the budget committee. He showed all the hemorrhage of our funds in the country. But the challenges rely on both you and I. 9 trillion is stolen. The IGG said we want lifestyle audit. Who has stopped lifestyle audit? Members here, let me tell you, it is impossible to tell that Seungu has stolen money. Because if I win as a member of parliament, the biggest loan I can get from the bank is 1 billion for 5 years. Then the following day, you are seeing Seungu cruising in Kampala in a vehicle worth 800 million. But the loan I took, I bought something somewhere. That means Seungu is getting some money from another source which is not known. Ministers of Uganda, thieves in Uganda, permanent secretaries in Uganda are constructing mansions and mansions day by day, but people are watching and nobody is taking interest because General Museveni is against lifestyle audit. And that's what Mukita is fearing to say. We are in campaigns. NRM is campaigning now. Who of them is telling people what is going to do in parliament? From morning until beating themselves, they are praising one person, General Museveni, as the president. They should, but the message that should be given is what Seatin is doing here. How do we fight corruption? Because corruption is within us. I am in parliament. At least If it's I'm to go to heaven with my rosary, on the issue of commissioners, I will go to heaven. I was among the first members to sign and to remove commissioners from parliament because we put less them in that office to control theft and they stole money. You know what they did. But already you had come out before us as parliament through the exhibition. We fought and we lost the motion by the speakers refusing to table our motion, yet the rules were directing them to do so. When you talk about the Public Finance Management Act, it has all the values. Let me repeat this. The Public Financial Management Act, which I participated, the other side, I am with Honorable Kakem voting against or not, they will continue voting against what we are saying. One time, there was a matter we are voting on in Parliament, and I think it was about mobile money. And the answer was yes. Many NRM members had said yes, yet they were supposed to say no. So they were withdrawing their statement. Madam Speaker, no, I'm sorry, I'm saying no, because they were used to yes whenever they were speaking. All these are issues that need attention from members. Article 79 of the Constitution is about oversight function. And as we talk now, the institution of parliament is losing day by day, slow but sure dose, is losing the powers of appropriation. And the moment we lose powers of appropriation, corruption will take its best course. Because someone is saying that the budget is for Genome 7. Why should the parliament change the budget? We are saying the budget is not from 7. It is under our powers. Even if I'm seated here, as we are saying, the honorable members of parliament, you know what's happening? When I go to the constituents, the issue will not be about what I've done in the parliament, but what have I taken for them. Those are very big issues that we must give attention. And you, the elites, go back to your areas and do some work about legislation. Because corruption can only be controlled by us. You have seen, recently I had an argument with the Honorable Matia Kasaija on the floor of parliament. I told him you were a liar. He said, when I was wrong, I'm a Catholic. How do you call me? I'm 78 years. How do you call me? Can you explain? I said, Honorable Kasaija, he was asking to borrow money to pay a company that's already making a road in the along Mitiana Road. And he was borrowing money from Eco Bank and the Bank of Africa to facilitate payment of salaries. And yet we are entering a financial year the following week. I asked him, you must have got a contract, you must have got bidders, you must have got money before giving a company a contract. But the company is making a road, Mitiana Road, but you are borrowing money to pay a company which is already in existence and it's performing work. So how did you give that company a contract when you never had the money to pay it at the beginning? And he's never in parliament. We only see Musasizi appearing in parliament. So as I conclude, and I insisted, Mr. Kasaja, you were a liar. The Auditor General of Uganda, I'm a member of the Public Accounts Committee Central, is not going to release a number of audit queries in different entities because of the powers that may be. And I repeat that. And I'm not going to mention them. But as I move out, you will ask me one by one for avoidance of being attacked left and right. The Auditor General of Uganda cannot release anything dealing with the classified expenditure. He will not in the future release audit reports against the State House and Office of the President and a number of institutions. And recently, as we are looking at these audit reports, I raised the complaints because he brings audit queries, he brings audit reports with more matters dealing with the policy than accountability. Then when you bring issues dealing with the policy, are you giving me work to do as a person doing the oversight function? Because me, my interest as a public house committee, I don't deal with the policy. I find the policy in the Committee of Education, but I want to look at the audit queries. Then this is where we are moving. And generally, that's what I would like to say. But as you asked your questions, PDM, General 7 is rotating everywhere talking about PDM. That is another hoax, and it will not perform. As we talk now, you all come from rural areas. I come from Masaka. I went to India under the Parliamentary Committee of Education to look at how they are skilling their young people who have failed to go to school. What they do, they first train them They give them enough training, then government gets money from their banks and they give surety to these people. They give them money to carry out some activities. As we talk now, you go to even in Bali, Masaka, all the cities. How can a district like Masaka, where I come from, is still picking toilet papers from Kampala to be sold in Masaka? But in India, they have these young people are given machines worth $10,000. They establish a machine because it's going to use recycling. Then they start making books, toilet papers, and plastic bottles that are required. But in the 40 years of power, we are still every district, even in Bali, maybe Jinja, toilet papers are still picked from Kampala to be sold in Kalungu. Plastic bottles are picked from Kampala to be sold in Kalungu because all the factories are where? In Kampala. And you think you are working on PDM. But most of these young people who are getting money for PDM, the first interest is acquiring a smartphone. And this smartphone is also it spends money because you have to buy data, you have to pay everything because they have not got basic training on how to use the money. And there's no, whenever I say the word research, they say I call it research. I don't know the right word to be used grammatically, but whatever I've said is under my tongue twisters. So I want to thank you very much. And I think I've tried to answer your question within what I've submitted. That's where we are. But the role of legislation, and that's where Museveni is enjoying his life. The type of parliament you are seeing now is the one he wants. The way it is running, what do we do? People are striking, teachers. How do you borrow money to pay civil servants? Yet you know that whenever you go for a budget, the first cut off of your income, you reserve money for salaries of your staff, your civil servants. So that's what I can say. And if there's any question, I'm ready to receive it. But pray for us. For us, some of us, we are doing our work. But we also disappear within the weaklings. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Please clap for the gentleman. And quite intriguing. I didn't expect this one, but I don't want to invite Honorable Mukhtari to make this one as a court where you are defending yourself. I just want to advise Honorable Mukhtari to take what has been said in stride and probably have a diatribe with the Honorable Sewungu outside this meeting. Otherwise, we end up into a serious thing. Honorable Mukhtari, what do you think about that position? Are you still there or you have left? Okay, it seems like he has left. Right. I just want to ask you also, Honorable Sengu. Yes. Don't defend yourself. Don't make this one a
I'm
court.
saying, you know, I am for national dialogue. And I like, I don't have to defend myself. I couldn't leave before he's my mko. You know, my wife comes from Viramalia, Rwanda, so I don't want to lose my wife. But most importantly, it is good to have listened to Honorable Sewungu. I couldn't live without listening to him. The discussion can be done. I didn't want to make this debate partisan. We are discussing a national common good, common destiny, and we need to find solutions. And I'm lucky Semuju was a member of National Economy, and as a person, I never got a minority report in my tenure as a chairman of because I always put all the ideas of all members. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that one settles the dust. Yes, and I want to ask Honorable Seungu on the tenfold growth strategy. What are your thoughts? Can we become a $5 billion economy? $500 million economy? In your imagination?
We can, but we need to work on the loopholes. I can tell you, as we talk now, these members can tell you, for us who are in rural areas, in my constituency, in Kalungu district, we have 2 RDCs. Now we have other assistant RDCs like a 4. And when you look at the payroll of people who are doing nothing for government, presidential advisors, when you look at that kingdom what? Kampala. It is housing so many presidential advisors who just enter and read the newspaper. Sometimes they spend a month without entering. We are paying rent. They are having vehicles. You see, what Kagame did in Rwanda, he looked at the expenses of vehicles. A vehicle, you have to look for its maintenance, fuel, servicing, the driver. He said, no, we are stopping all this. He packed all the vehicles at Amahoro Stadium. And they opened the bids for those who wanted to buy them. If a government official is going to carry out government work, they give him allowances to go and do work, which is a little bit cheaper. But for us, as we are talking now, we are having a lot of expenditure. I'm not talking politics, but I'm talking what politics is doing to the economy. I don't know whether I'm correct on that.
Yes, you are.
If you are having a leader in your country who is spending 4 billion per day to expend his day's activities, there are challenges. I live along Salama Road, and I know what is there. I know what was there yesterday. Every road that was joining that road had a vehicle being used to block it. So if all those vehicles were given to me and I sold them, I would have got enough money to repair all the UPE schools in Kalungu. All those vehicles, lorries, just selling them. Because you cannot improve your country. Uganda is an agricultural country, like it or not. Our agricultural products have markets world over. But that's where Obote and Amin made money from. Actually, Amin constructing the Uganda house in America, they say he put it near the UN headquarters, and his aim was to stand on top of it and urinate on the Americans. That's what they said. But he was using coffee. All embassies were opened using the same. Why are we 400 members of parliament as we talk now? We have 5 elderly who have spent 5 years saying nothing. UPDF has 10 members of parliament. They are earning more than all of us here. They get more money than us. But one time we requested them, UPDF is unpartisan. Let 5 members sit on opposition, 5 sit on NRM side. It was not accepted. But they have never spoken anything dealing with concerning UPDF. The disabled. We have members of parliament who are disabled, meaning even disabled can compete within others and they come in and win. The idea was not good, but I would look at the situation where in Kalungu, where I come from, Kalungu, we are 3 members of parliament. That area one time was being represented by 1 person. If the money given to 2 members can be taken back to develop Kalungu with 1 member of parliament, what do I lose leaving parliament? All those are the issues. We must look at all the losses we are getting and wasteful expenditure in this country. The moment you achieve that, you will have better infrastructure and other developments. So I have no problem with that. But you cannot achieve it in the way it is now. I am told, reliably told, that by the time we go for elections, we might have got another 90 constituencies coming into place. 90 of them. So that means we shall be having over 700 members of parliament.
Divide and rule.
All those are expenses. So I think that's what you have to work on. But generally, me, I'm a Christian. You also must go on your knees and pray to God. Think about prayers. You go to your houses, you just sleep, wake up, say some prayers in the morning. In the evening, pray for Uganda. One time, God will take us to redemption.
I thank you very much, Honorable Sehungu, and final clap for him. As I open up the plenary for discussion, we have 1 hour to do that. Yes. Okay, so let me have those 3. And please tell us who you are directing them to. Pass the microphone to right there, gentlemen.
Thank you, Henry, and thank you to the panel. I will have quite a few issues to bring through. and some of them may not necessarily be questions. But if you feel like it's a question, I think it will go to whom it may concern. When we started,
I want to limit you to at least 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes. Each one of you.
let me see, because this is a topic that I always speak of, and 1.5, I don't know what it will do, but let me try.
And see.
When we started the discussion, the ED said our definition of corruption is misuse of public resources for private gains. But I think the members of parliament here may need to review that definition, because I think we are currently seeing the misuse of entrusted resources for unintended gains. And some of those gains may not be public, may not be private, but there's that cost, opportunity cost, that someone is losing, and maybe you're stealing from Paul and giving to Peter. But you, the thief, are not directly gaining, but you're misusing resources in that way. And as we speak to, I think, political corruption, it's a growing concern that we need to allocate our attention to. There is a very interesting narrative of the various scenarios of corruption, where in developed countries, they call it corruption that oils the wheels, while in developing countries, the corruption actually rusts the wheels. So what the other side corruption does is that it stimulates performance. It eliminates bureaucracy. While on the other end here in Africa and Uganda, corruption initiates bureaucracy and frustrates systems. So as much as the other side you'll pay to get quick access to a medical worker, here the medical worker will demand for money so that they attend to you. So there's that variance, and I think as we discuss this matter, it's something we need to be well aligned to. The IG's report on the cost of corruption says we lose about 9.4 trillion. But there was another research that said out of 5% of the allocation in our budget, 2% is lost to corruption. So as you discuss the other 9 trillion, there was that report. So in other words, out of the 10%, 4% is lost to corruption when you allocate public resources. So that's either through embezzlement, through the bureaucracy, through misallocation, through misutilization, and all that. But there's that report also that we need to address our minds to. Also, when we speak of issues of course, the fiscal space and debt, EITI, for example, Honorable Mukitale here stated clearly that our PS is, and of course, they are mainly loans. That's what he said. And we may want to agree. But up to now, I don't know whether the members of parliament have followed it up. Some of those sharing agreements are not publicly accessible. And of course, one of the means of demanding for accountability is getting transparency. So if you're in an opaque landscape, you can't make evidence-based advocacy. And the same, Dr. Henry here, I think you may want to speak to that, the challenges that the EITI is facing in accessing all the other agreements in the other mining industries and companies. Then speaking to the members of parliament specifically, Honorable Seungu here mentioned about the issue of lifestyle audit. But if Mr. Musa is to speak, we had the Leadership Code Act, which the members took to Parliament for amendment. Unfortunately, it came out more useless than it went in, to the fact that even the people that are supposed to declare shielded their immediate beneficiaries from the declaration. So that includes the spouses, the immediate friends and relatives. Yet, we know that when it comes to corruption and allocation of illicit funds, they use proxies. So if you can't have these proxies in the declared assets, that means it's a lost battle, as I summarize, yes. So that's one area we need to look to if we are to support. But also the last one, when it comes to, when you speak of the fact that Parliament is losing its mandate to appropriate, I think for the last 2 years, we saw the attempt of the NUP bringing on board an alternative budget, which we think that's a good attempt. But we believe these are things you can always do. Make the process lengthy from consultation so that it's parallel with the budget planning process. And I believe the MPs have enough resources to carry out alternative research so that you can make informed decisions, but also to have a say in some of these matters. Otherwise, I was whispering to my colleagues that if we are rabbits and we are in the jungle and we are crying, but we find the MPs, the lion in this case, crying louder than us, then we get worried. If the king of the jungle is crying louder than the other members of the jungle, that means we are losing the battle. So wouldn't want to see the members of parliament crying louder than us, because that would feel like we are fighting a lost battle. Thank you so much.
Pass on the microphone to your left. There's a gentleman here. Paul. Was Paul?
Thank you very much.
You
My
have
questions.
3 minutes.
Thank you. My questions, of course, my questions or my sentiments are directed to Honorable Seungu, not to him as an individual, but because here I think he represents Parliament. I'm speaking about dignified lives. And I want you, for starters, to shed a light on the health sector loans. I have an interest in the health sector because I work with Uganda National Health Consumers Organization. I want to speak about extortion in health facilities. I want to speak about mothers, expectant mothers dying because, say, a certain service is not at the facility and they have to pay and they have failed to get that money. I also want to talk about specialized healthcare in relation to the aging, because now prevalence rates for non-communicable diseases are on the increase. I want you to shed a light on Luboa and other facilities who are in that category. I also want you to shed a light on the women hospital. I also want to shed a light on, yes, you did mention about the elderly, members of parliament representing the elderly. When you, for instance, go to the north, I think the majority of people in the north are old, people who are receiving SAGE money. And we haven't had any debate on whether that money is indeed decent. I also want you to talk about the alternative health financing measures and how Parliament, for instance, should take all the blame for failing to nationalize health insurance. I want them to also take a blame for them not encouraging the elites to look at cost sharing when we are accessing these particular facilities. I know you are a champion of education. I also want you to tell us whether that little money given to children to feed from schools is actually dignifying. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. My name is Richard Obedi. I came at a point when Muchitale was giving his remarks on the nature of the Auditor's General report, how they only do post-mortem. It doesn't actually do much. The reason why I'm saying this is, and I direct this to Honorable Semungu, and I would like to appeal, we work with you. A case in point is Dr. Deep, this Development Response to Displacement Impacts Project. That's a World Bank funded program in refugee hosting districts. And this is actually, it's not grant, it's actually loan. But the way Dr. Deep has been mismanaged, especially phase one, with a few other project affected persons, some beneficiaries, community members, and for the case of Lamour district, and again, the Minister for Disaster Preparedness, all the State Minister for Disaster Preparedness, they all come from Acholi. And for Lamour district to witness what is going on, especially on Dr. Deep, We are part of the team. Actually, I led a team that petitioned the World Bank at Washington level. And if we can take this at personal level on one-on-one, so that we come to the gist of this matter, because it's useless. And I think somebody mentioned the word mandate. I think that came from Aloysius.
Yes.
And then the issues of political will. And we're same thing, year in, year out. Oversight, which now comes to Parliament. And if through your committee, or maybe liaise with your committee, so that we go for a fact-finding mission and we see what is going on there, I would be very happy. And maybe to Madam Catherine, the issues of corruption, abuse of office, you raise so many pertinent issues. And I put a case of Lera Regional Referral Hospital. The gate at which that hospital, the gate of that hospital is at 95.4 million. Anybody, you can even generate it using AI, and you'll see if that gate is really worth. And can we take this? Because still comes back to what the moderator said, the issue of lamentation. Can we be practical?
As you summarize?
Yes. And maybe the very last one, still on the issue of hosting refugees. There are so many land and degradation issues because of what is happening in the northern part of the country. And again, we know that the North has actually endured the longest deficit of peace and development. And for heaven's sake, can we give the northern Uganda to actually rest? Look at this Balalo invasion and where we are even going as a country. And the presidential executive order is a dead end. It will not do anything because of the complexity of the issues there, the legal issues,
You've made
the
your
agreement,
point,
and all that.
Yes, you made your point, sir. And
no, just the very last one. And that land is not free. There's no free land in northern Uganda. Actually, still on the issue of corruption, just some of the past district local government officials conniving with Office of the Prime Minister and UNHCR to even give land for refugees. But that land, if we are going to pick on the very last one in 2 seconds, on the issue of ATMs, agro-industrialization, tourism, that land can actually be used as the World Conservation Sanctuary from South Sudan up to Karuma, Magician Fall. So on the issue of agro-industrialization, farmers from next month, farmers from northern Uganda, they're selling maize. A kilo is at 400 shillings or 500 shillings. At peak level, goes to 700. And if we can actually do value addition because of what we have chosen, and I think NPA is also doing a very big disservice to this country. I don't know the planners in those authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take the two ladies. Start with that lady. Come to this one, and then there.
Thank you, moderator, and our panelists. I have a question for the lady on the panel.
Catherine.
Catherine, yes. She mentioned I'm Hilda. I work with Siatini as a data and aid officer. I would like to, first of all, agree with Honorable Mkitale's argument on the fact that the cost of doing business is large, especially we see that public debt is one of our largest financing mechanisms for most critical investments. You mentioned that PPDA has a preventing measure when it comes to issues of right of way and all that. But continuously we see, because when you look at the PFM Act, I think it's very clear on implementation of public debt. Debt should only be acquired for ready projects, but PPDA will always go ahead and approve some of these procurements, even when the right of way has not been acquired. The feasibility analysis. Could you kindly give us an example of a project that could have been halted when procurement came in at your desk and you halted it because there's no right of way? Because this is one of the reasons as to why we are paying large commitment fees. Someone commented on the ED's remarks on the definition of corruption. I think she actually alluded to the fact that corruption can be direct or indirect. No, I'm just clarifying. When someone...
She's helping her ED clarify.
Yeah. Not really. So when we say that for personal gain, even when I'm helping another actually get the illicit money. That's corruption. On the side of research and information, I think it's very critical for us to embed the aspect of strengthening loopholes in public financial management, because it is a critical role for all citizens. The fight starts with me and you, right? The one giving a bribe and the one getting it, we are all corrupt, you know? So the whole issue around having a centralized high value procurement, I want you to just enlighten how this could solve the issue of the queries you mentioned around when it comes to the bidding. Even if we centralize, are there stringent measures that will still counteract corruption? Because I don't think the centralization of procurement is the one that is actually high. Okay, it can contribute to the high corruption level.
Summarize.
But still, I believe that if these loopholes are still in the system, even when we centralize the procurement process, it will still be the issue. E-government, that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll bring the microphone here. Bring the mic here. I'm trying to follow the order. And then you can also give her a microphone because she's the
Thank you, moderator. Christine, once again, from Anti-Corruption Coalition, as inspired by no. Okay, thank you. It is back. David tickled me, and I wanted to just, beef up the point that NPA came out and did a study some time back. They did a research and actually recommended that we should be in. Okay, thank you very much. So according to NPA, we are supposed to be giving at least 60,000 shillings per child in school. But currently, we are not giving even half of that. And again, per term.
Per term.
Yes, that is according to NPA. And so I want our legislators in this house to kindly shed light on that. I know you are aware of that study of NPA and you are aware how much we are sending out there. But also because you kept asking on the tenfold growth strategy, and it also brings me to that. I know that we were inspired by quite a number of countries, the Asian tigers especially, and we feel we can get there. Honorable Sewungu, I want to a bit disagree with you. I don't want to be pessimistic, but that is how I see it. That for these, the Taiwans and the Singapores to get there, they focused on their economies, specifically on the human capital development. They developed their human capital, education, and health. But when you look at some of the statistics, like the Human Development Index of the UNDP, they said that in 2020, And this really, really killed me. In 2020, a child born in Uganda will live to be as productive as 38%, to realize, a level of productivity of 38% in future. And so when you look at the allocations that we are giving to our education sector, it is pathetic. Look at the budgets. But also I was in a park about 2 weeks ago, and it broke my heart to realize that out of a school-going population of 47,000, that is between 6 and 12 years primary level, only about 11,000 of these were in school. And so we have about 36,000 children that are out of school. So for me, I do not see, and I don't see how we as a country are moving towards achieving this tenfold growth strategy. Of course, suffice to mention again that these giants were strict and stringent on corruption, but we seem to be massaging corruption for us in this country. So just sharing my thoughts.
Thank you. Pass on the microphone now.
Christine Birinchiro from Aku.
That lady in check maroon.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Rona. I think that when we talk about corruption, we start at a very high level. We start at a legislative level, policy level. Maybe we should bring it down to an individual level, household and communities. I mean, we are even raising corrupt children. Attend a primary school campaign for head girl or whatever. They're already bribing. They bribe their fellow students, is it pupils, to vote for them. I think that also as civil society, we need to invest in mindset change.
They're also telling lies that they are going to increase the salaries of their teachers.
Thank you. I think we also need to invest in mindset change. I mean, what is corruption at a community level? What's corruption at household level? If your father is corrupt, you're going to be corrupt. So while we point fingers at members of parliament and cabinet, state house and all that, we are corrupt ourselves at an individual level. So we need to also invest in moral institutions. I mean, if you're morally upright, you probably won't be corrupt, right? So we need to start from the bottom and we go up. The other suggestion is also the minimum requirement for members of parliament, which is S6. I think we need to raise it a bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me have this lady, then they'll come back to the gentleman.
Juliet Akelo is my name, and I love being called Akelo because that identifies me better. So I have a few statements to make, maybe not questions,
in 3 minutes.
Just a few statements, maybe one or two. Number one, I seem to like the conversation that we are talking about, but I seem to realize there are some members who should be part of this conversation who are not here to clarify a few things. I would have expected the Minister of Finance to be in this room. I would have expected Financial Intelligence Authority. I think they were invited, but whatever happened, I would have expected URA to be here, especially for records on IFFs. There was a time we did a study and we wanted to get a lot of information on IFFs. And we thought we were being wise by using an internal person within one of the institutions. Unfortunately, they didn't even have records. And I want to say that I think I like what the ED said. Some of these institutions need to be brought together to give us an accountability of what they are actually doing. Because they usually have information internally, which CSOs cannot actually access. But if you put them to task maybe we shall get information. And this takes me to the second thing that I want to talk about as a way forward, and specifically for civil society. We have always developed papers. It doesn't matter what we put there. But once we raise issues in those papers, and it doesn't matter what statistics we have, what data we have, whatever data we use, and we implicate a particular institution, especially government, they will always rise up to defend it or to even provide the correct information. And so, with all these conversations that we have had, can we team up? We do an analysis of what wastage looks like. Honorable Seungu has mentioned a few of them that we can tag to the debt, the public debt, burden that we have. Corruption cases, there are those that are not being followed, but we can attach whatever figures we have. Someone says corruption is budgeted. Actually, when you talk about honorable, when you talk about losing power of appropriation, even if you lost that power, even if you had that power, appropriation is done with corrupt figures already in, and it is passed. Can we do this kind of analysis? Come up with a document on which we are going to start doing advocacy. Maybe they will listen. Because I remember civil society work in this country started in such a way that government would not listen to CSOs. The government institutions that are represented here, we appreciate you. But those days, you had to make noise before they come out, actually defend themselves. Now, in terms of public debt management, in terms of corruption, reduction, we have done a lot of engagement with giving proposals into the public debt management strategy. That one we have done as CSOs for the last 15 years. Can we change gear in terms of providing what it would look like if this wastage is, tagged to what it would do in terms of reducing the debt burden as a way forward? Thank you.
Thank you for the recommendations. The gentleman here, and I think he's going to be our last person. Do we have, okay, maybe, but we're running out of time. And I want to take, let me see, let's take one round. I'm seeing some small fingers and hands coming up. We shall take that one, and I think another one here. Any other? Because I want to close it. Okay, those two.
Okay, thank you so much, Henry, Dr. Henry, for the good moderation. My name is Robert Turiachira, Executive Director, AGNET. I have two concerns. One, moderator, you asked Honorable Sewung about the 10-fold growth strategy, and I want to put it on record that in the recent budget projections and the NDP4, government is focusing that we shall grow from the current $50 billion to the $500 billion in the next 15 years, which is 2040. And of course, whether that is achievable is for all of us to contend and probably also make a contribution to that achievement. As we are all aware, government is saying that we are currently growing at a rate of 6.7%. And for us to grow from $50 billion to $500 billion means we have to grow at 10%. And that would be supersonic.
15%.
That would be, so we need to really brainstorm on what we need to do and what are the priorities. Let me look at the numbers. When you look at what government has done to try and jumpstart that, the issue of the PDM, which Honorable Seung talked about, government has been putting 1 trillion Uganda shillings per year into the budget to try and see that they jumpstart the 39% of the people, our people who are outside the money economy. But of course, the presidential tours have shown us the reality on the ground. When you look at, for example, the 10.5 million households of the current population, 3.5 million households are outside the money economy. And you would expect that the money for the PDM should be targeting, that population. But the reality on the ground shows something different. So the conversation we are having, how we can have physical justice to build dignified lives, should be focusing, number one, on young people. The UBO statistics show that over 73% of the population is of young people. So how are we focusing on bringing the big population of young people to be able to provide for them jobs, employment, and be able to help them to realize their full potential and live dignified lives? And the approach that government is using is not helping at all. Because if you're looking at the 67% of the population, which is stuck in subsistence farming, we should be able to see how do we help them, for example, cope with the realities on the ground. I want to talk about the issue of, for example, the environmental and climate corruption. Transparency International here have carried out a research that we are losing 2.5 trillion Uganda shillings in climate corruption, and we are losing 525 billion Uganda shillings to environmental degradation. And who is causing environmental degradation? It is the young people, the desperate young people, the vulnerable people in the communities, and the big boys who are actually encroaching on our wetlands and the forests. To always say that over 70% of the deforestation is caused by the people who are relying on charcoal and firewood in the communities. So we must be deliberate on which population we are focusing on. I want to talk about the issue that Honorable Song talked about, Article 79 of the Constitution. Yes, it is true that the principal role of Parliament is to play the appropriation, but they're also supposed to do legislation and carry out oversight. So when you look at, for example, right now, the change we are facing, Honorable Song, and I hope this is a take home for you, over the years, we've been pushing for the enactment of the Disaster Management Act, and has been a bill before Parliament. Every time it comes up, it is pushed to the sidelines. And Article 249 of the Constitution commands the Parliament that they shall establish a disaster commission who should be able to prepare this country to ensure that we expedite early warning mechanisms, put in place a robust, disaster response and robust disaster preparedness for the population, to see that our people who are being ravaged by the climate disaster on the ground can be able to live a dignified life and be able to prepare them to cope with the effects of climate change. So for me, as someone who is trying to look at these issues, I think what we need to do as a country, we need to rethink our approach. That, for example, if we are budgeting this money, we should be able to see that the ordinary people are put at the center of our planning, to so that we deliberately focus on how we can have a bottom-up approach to set the money that we put in place. For example, government recently acquired a loan of $226 million to promote climate-smart agriculture. But we shall say that at the end of the day, the money doesn't actually help the people. It actually goes in the non-performing loans. Thank you so much, moderator.
Pass on the microphone to the gentleman here.
Thank you very much, moderator. I just wanted to inquire something, because there was a question you asked to the lady of PPDA, which I think she tried to give the answer, but I wanted to get the clarity. By practice, even to imagine that PPDA exists to serve Ugandans is just an illusion. I just want to be honest with you. It is not by name that you exist, it is by what you do that we see your work. I think over the time, we have seen many institutions, including the PPDA, degrading to the level that we no longer acknowledge that I can go and bid effectively under the laws that the PPDA Act, and I'll be able to win a business. And then the question was that if my name is Kennedy, for over 20 years, a contract is always been awarded to me. What parameters is there to protect other interested parties, so that even me myself, I can be able to forfeit the responsibility of winning contracts, probably most times illicitly? And I remember you telling us that the only thing you do is you go and do what we call the beneficial ownership, to identify who owns the company. Beyond the identification, what else do you do? That's what we want to know. For me, that's what I wanted to inquire from you.
Thank you. The last microphone here.
Thank you so much. I'd like to build my submission on what my colleague Aloysius submitted. My name is Herbert Kafero. I work with Siatini as the programs manager. I would like to point out the issue of data and the statistics. There is a report that was published by the Directorate of Ethics and Integrity on the prevalence of corruption in Uganda 2022-2023, where they reached out to a number of Ugandan citizens, and a large portion of those that they reached out, 80%, revealed that they are not doing anything to fight corruption. They are not doing whistleblowing. And it also spoke to the limited interest in fighting corruption. But also, 54% of those they reached out to noted that they have nothing to do to fight corruption, even if they would have wished. So I'm just raising this in terms of how citizens are laid back, because and linking it to maybe the lack of punitive measures. The statistics are there. We're losing 10 trillion per year, but what are we doing about it? Is it lack of institutions? Is it lack of strategies? Because we have the integrated approach, the zero tolerance to corruption. We have the national anti-corruption strategy, among others. And of course, the justice, law and order sector has a mandate or under the national anti-corruption strategy. But what are we doing about it? We've created more institutions that are actually increasing the cost of fighting corruption, because there is the cost of corruption and then the cost of fighting corruption. Because we might lose more money fighting corruption, yet corruption has actually led to hemorrhage of a lot of resources. So as a country, maybe we need to deliberate on how all the agencies that have something to do about corruption, how they can come together rather than creating more agencies to fight corruption and police other agencies. I think that's an issue. But also I'd like to comment on
as you wind up.
Yes, the issue of contractors, where they supply government and increase costs. It's because of the domestic areas, because government takes a long time to pay them. So that is also, in a way, leading to resources going out, because government might also become a risky customer to these businesses. And so even the survival of MSMEs and private sector is also threatened. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all of your submissions. Now we come back to the plenary, and each of Honorable Muktali left us. Each of you will have 3 minutes to respond to any of the things that have been mentioned. You don't have to answer everything. Some things need to be addressed after we get out of this room. You can start, whoever is ready to go and has very many questions.
I had very many questions,
yeah,
but I'm going to move very
I'll
fast.
give you 5 minutes.
Yes, let me move very fast. Parliament operates through Treasury Memoranda. We make recommendations to Cabinet, to the Executive, and once those recommendations are not respected or responded to, there is no other option we have. The only option we'll be having is censuring ministers. But you know now it's not an easy hurdle. You remember one minister was censured in this term. He came back and sat on the floor, on the front floor of Parliament. But we did our work. Then, in Ghana, read about Ghana. They fought corruption. They even have what they call special prosecutor. They brought a law, and recruiting that person, they spent 2 days scrutinizing a person who could become special prosecutor, and everything is done in the public. In Uganda, even the appointment committee, we carry out our oversight function through closed cameras. And what happens there, you and I cannot tell. The Leadership Code Act, even as it is now, it could be functional. Before it is even amended, why don't we give it a breath of life? But it has failed. Someone was there, said we are crying. Who is not lamenting in this room? We are all lamenting. But we are not crying. We are giving you facts. I want to say this. Nobody should mislead you that the last option in the parliament is fighting and boxing each other. Because if we go there to use brains, But at the end of the day, we have to vote on a matter. And the voting comes on your side. Let me give you an interesting scenario. In the 9th Parliament, we are pulling money from defense to Ministry of Health, and we are only pulling 3 billion to help the health sector. General Museveni refused. He called his members in the conference hall B, all the NRM members. He said, those of you who are with Sechikubo, stand this side. Those of you who are with me, stand this side. All members close to General Museveni's side. Then Sechikubo and Barnabas Tinkasimia and Wagaba remained the 3. One member remained in the middle, was called Honorable Majegere. And the voting was done. We came to Parliament. They said no money is leaving UPDF. That's the type of work we are doing, and you should also look at it. The health sector, extortion, all the issues you have given, I've forgotten the name of that who gave them. They are all okay. You are correct. I am among the members of Parliament. We entered the Parliament when it was Social Services Committee, and we are the ones who moved to separate Committee of Education from Health, because the other parliaments we are running them as one committee. But when you look at the workload of the Ministry of Education and Health, that's how we separated them. I'm not in that committee. The issue of Lubowa, still it's about Parliament. What is our recommendation? Government, which is serious, must take recommendations of the opposition seriously. And when Mama Mbabazi was prime minister, he used to take them seriously. Because Mbabazi used to attend the parliament every day as a prime minister. A prime minister is the lead of government business in the parliament. Where he does not attend regularly, he's not well researched. The challenge is still boomerang on the institution. Here we have prime ministers who are never in Parliament. They only come on Thursday for Prime Minister's question time. You ask a question, as answered then and then they move on. So the issue of Lubowa, all that, I don't want to mention that. You know what happened. You all know. SEG, can you go and look at Kenya? In Kenya, they are giving the elderly money. But in Kenya, the system is well organized. These people have mobile numbers, mobile money, agent banking. The elderly get their money on spot through agency. Government gets its taxes and these people get money. In Uganda, the elderly get money every after 3 months and they are called at the RDC's office. So someone travels from, he uses around 100,000 to go and pick 200,000 every after 3 months. 75,000. And you remember one time the age was 60, they feared, they raised it to 80 years because they were saying that it was becoming very expensive for them. And not every district is receiving this money. So all those are challenges we must work on very seriously. USEUPE, Madam, I don't know why we disagreed, because I am an educationist. Me, I'm not supposed to be in parliament. If things were moving well, I would be in class teaching by now. UPE, we are giving a child 10,000 shillings per child per year. Before Museveni came to power, in rural areas, parents were paying around 10,000 shillings per child per term. I went to the Committee of Education budget. I gave them all the statistics. All they know the differences now between science teachers and arts teachers. And as we are talking now, teachers are not teaching. You know, there is one way. There's going to school and not studying at school. You went through St. Mary's College. You went through Namagunga. Did Namagunga go through you or you went through Namagunga? Those are questions you must ask yourselves before you talk about all these. So, the issue of teaching in Uganda, teachers are not teaching. And even those scientists, they are also not teaching because they have money. They are not teaching. And that's why government, some of you think that they just wanted to change the grading system. The challenge was on the performance of children. Because they were seeing a lot of failures, they add to somersault by hiding under result 1. But in actual sense, many of our rural schools, they don't have any proper methods of collecting marks from children and students. When you talk about projects, science projects and everything, there is nothing in school. There is nothing. There's nothing. If a school cannot afford buying chalk and litmus paper? Can it afford providing materials for project? You can take time and visit your areas and look at those schools, how they are going on. So what is going on in schools is a nightmare and should know. Rona, you talked about legislative. The issue of senior six is not very serious. There's no matter about that. Don't think it's about senior six. Already the government is saying it wants every teacher to be with a bachelor's from nursery teacher. But the best teachers are natural teachers and grade 3. I did grade 3. I did a diploma. Whether it's not about senior six. Senior six is not a small level for our country. But what do you do in the parliament with all your masters and degrees and the PhDs? Someone who is not a senior six is performing better, is in attendance, but a PhD and a lawyer is always in his courts of law, is not attending parliament. So the issue of qualification, yes, we can accept it, but somewhere, somehow, it's about balancing within Kenya and Tanzania. As long as you can speak Swahili and English, you can be a member of parliament without qualification. But they are ahead of us in the legislation. Those countries, they don't need your senior six. If you speak Swahili of course, every Tanzanian and Kenyan speaks fluently. They don't look at your qualification. So the legislative individual levels, yes, corruption. The moment you kill the education system in your country, you will have corruption from the grassroots. That's the fact. Because the way I was trained, the way we are mentored in schools, we had those social values. That's what I talk about, going through St. Mary's or St. Mary's going through you. It's a very big issue in our country. Mr. Moderator, as I conclude, Robert, the issue of 6.7, what, all those is on paper. The only way you can achieve and understand that people are developing fast is under their life and stay. The way they are living. And after here, I'm going to respond to each and every one that has called. Those who have died, I'm sending money, and everything is about demand. They are also here busy answering on their phones. That means there is no money. We are my age, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to conclude. My age, I'm a man of the Amin regime because I started the P1 when Amin was being overthrown. But you could hear people rushing, going back home very fast to listen to the budget. They are saying we want to listen to the budget. And after reading the budget, you would see them jubilating before a financial would begin because they were seeing the light that was coming in the new budget and how their life would be improved. So lastly, PDM, whether you like it or not, first evaluate the previous structures you put in place. You brought a myoga, bonna batandike, bonna bagaggawale, steady progress, ntandikwa. All of them have been in existence, but we have no evaluation of any of them. The only answer we have now is the PDM. Whenever there's a new election, we must have a new arrangement that can confuse people. You saw what happened. General Museveni was giving drummers money. Drummers. After explaining how PDM has performed very well, he called drummers to have their 3 million. When they got their 3 million, everybody in the crowd was shouting, Sema nafe tuwe, nafe tufa, tumekusente tuwe. A person who has money in his pocket cannot cry before a president asking for money. Obote never used anything like money in the public. He was using negotiable instruments. If he could reach St. Mary's College, he goes to Chegobe, he says, I'm giving this school a school track. That school track at Tata would go through Ministry of Education, they go through Bank of Uganda, and the ministry would deliver that lorry physically. Here is Museveni, everywhere, he's earning 3 million. You take 6 million. You take this. You call them what? Cash envelopes. How do you run the economy in that form? And as a result, the performance of the president is boomeranging on members of parliament. Members of parliament. You will see LOC3 chairpersons. Everyone is looking for votes by using money. NRM is campaigning. But the best tool they are using to win an election, to become flag bearers, they are using money physically. And that is against the leadership code. Thank you for giving me this day. I've enjoyed the microphone, but I have to hand it over back to the owners. Thank you.
They actually gave you 11 minutes to do that. So yeah, I know. The next person, if you have any question, Catherine.
Honorable, thank
Yes.
you, members, for raising your concerns. I think I want to start with my brother. It was Kennedy. Yes, Kennedy. PPDA is actually there, and we are working so hard. So hard. I want to assure you, Honorable Seungu, we are working so hard. We have in place, yes, I want to tell you the truth.
They are working very hard.
If we were not there, some of the works that you have on ground
Would not be there.
for those schools that you have under UGIFT in your areas,
yes.
for those roads that we have under USMID in the
Yes.
different areas,
Yes.
I want to assure you wouldn't be there.
Yes.
But we are dealing with a population which is like fighting against the trends, which is fighting against the waves of times. That's why I wanted to ask any of you in this room as CSOs. Is there any CSO that we are working with in the room? Because yes or no?
I'm a member of the Uganda Contracts Monitoring Coalition.
So, because when you say that you're not aware about PPDA's work, I think in the past time you had,
Through
we had are you aware about Worksoft? I think Worksoft is in Bushenyi somewhere, and they reported a case on I think it was Kabushaho Primary Seed School. Are you aware about who comes from that side? We came. Yes, are you aware about that? We came in immediately. This was in relation to construction, I think, of a playground. This was recorded. The district engineer, I think, is interdicted and what. So when we have cases raised to us to actually come into action, the issue is to what extent are you raising this and to what extent do you have actual evidence, because we work with evidence. So when you say beneficial ownership, what have you done about that? When we actually realize the owners behind this company are members of staff, especially for PDEs, what do? That means there's conflict of what?
Interest.
It's conflict of interest. We have had very many of those providers suspended, blacklisted. If anyone comes from Hoima District Local Government, we have Kaiso Market that was, I think, cancelled. Runga, Kijangi, I think those are landing sites. Cancellation of what? Of procurements. Recently, we were handling Maife consultancy project worth 47 billion. We had to cancel that because the system was not what? Transparent. So you may not be listening in that we are drumming out ourselves like Honorable has the chance. But I'm glad today you've given us the floor. So invite us more often. PPDA is on ground. PPDA is working. What you're seeing would not be there maybe if this regulation was not on ground. What I want to comfort you with again is that we have come on board with electronic government procurement. You shouldn't worry with electronic government procurement. The system is visible from end to end. What we need more will be the political support, like he raised, to weed out those exaggerations in prices of the gates and what. We are aware they are exaggerations, and several accounting officers have been interdicted. Are you aware about that? Because of exaggeration of prices. For us, when we come from there, we say there's no value for money. There was exaggeration in pricing. That is why I told you we are not waiting for postmortem. Ours, when we do especially bid preparatory audits before contracting, we say no, there was no proper market survey. This project is not worth what it is claiming to be. So as long as we are able to do that, then we know, yes, we shall actually achieve value for money. But it goes to me and you. Corruption starts with me and you. I had him passionately submit on environmental. It was your environmental corruption. Yes, I want to applaud all the organizers of this, whatever, for bringing us this bottled. What I think we are pointing towards what? Sustainability. But back home, why do we still have power in this room? If you went home at this time of the day and you found power on in your sitting room, what would you say? Do you pay power? They are the ones who, but because we're in a hotel and the Siatini has paid, we are not bothered. The power will stay on even in the afternoon when there's sunshine, it will stay on. So it is up to all of us to think together. How can we fight against this? How can we fight against this? But I know with collective effort, because we work hand in hand with, we collaborate with OAG, we collaborate with IG, and we're able to handle all these cases. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll pass on the mic.
Thank you very much. It is a bit challenging to speak when the key implementers have done some work, but I want to add a voice on some of the issues. One is on the sanity in society. She was talking about the how we are, is it grooming our children in terms of being corrupt? And I can say if there is sanity in society, I think in one way or the other, we can check. And that's why we are here to look at reforms in terms of the law. To me and you, those ones who have got the opportunity to go to the Minister of Finance, they say, put on the way you want, but when you are entering into the Minister of Finance, please put away your miniskirts and others. So where there is sanity and rules and regulations, we can control. No matter how and where you are how you behave in your home. You might be a night dancer. You can do whatever you want because we cannot control your house. But the moment you enter into the society, that's why we are looking at, can we make Uganda a better place to be by following the rules and regulations? So to me, I think when we talk about corruption and other related aspects, and we are trying to create sanity, let us follow the rules and regulation. We should implement them. And where there are loopholes within, we can also look at how we can address it. Someone was talking about the budget, the corruption within the budget. We had a debate, and I think we were engaging the IMF and World Bank, and one of the representatives said one of the loopholes you have in the budget planning is where priority is given to those minor priorities, and what they call the unfunded priorities are the unfunded priorities. You cannot escape them. So you are going to run for a supplementary budget, believe it or not. So how can we curb issues related to corruption within the budget? And someone was talking about 2%. I think it is more than 2%. Because if you are saying that 60% is under procurement, and what is happening within procurement, you can also try to gauge. So the other aspect is on how can we create data? We know that these issues are illicit in nature. Some you cannot touch them, but how can we fight to have data which can inform the work we do? Because at the end of the day, we are losing out. You talked about the tenfold program, and you remember, Henry, when we were trying to talk about there is the concept of saving. I think we are at 10%, 20%, and they are looking at saving at 40%. And the issue was, who is going to save? Who is going to save when most of the Ugandans are earning below 10 million? And that is a lot of money. 10 million. If in range I can say they are earning around 1 million. So in the range I can say from the 235,000 shillings provided for within our pay as you earn threshold, many of Ugandans are falling between that to 500,000 shillings. And when you look at the cost of living, all the cost you can talk about, the rent, schooling, paying for education, because we have turned all those in social service, all those essential services into a market arena. They are commodified. So you find that someone will not have money to even save, because what you get, you spend it on all those social services. So to me, I think when it comes to saving and attainment of the tenfold program in terms of saving, we need to revisit to make sure that we can score in the period we agreed upon. And lastly, when I was talking about when you look at the ongoing debate on the UN tax convention, I like the voting. The voting system, you're going using the machines, and we are embracing machines. If we can buy tablets for the member of parliament, can't we buy tablet in terms of voting? To me, when it comes to that aspect of aye and nay, I'm sorry to say, you might find that those ones who are saying might not be sounding as we want, and the voice takes the lead. So can we at least advance? I think we are no longer in the other ages, so that someone picks or vote using the machines, and we get to know that someone voted yes or no. So that, because any vote really counts in terms of the decisions that are taken by our legislators. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's clap for the panel. Yeah, saving culture in Uganda. You are paying education, you are paying health for yourself, you are paying rent. Now they also health insurance. Honestly, how much money were you earning to have a saving that now citizens can invest in productive businesses? And you are investing, trying to save in banking environment where banks are eating into your savings every day. And before you know it, at the end of the month, they are telling you, please deposit money on your account because it has become what? Expired, or the money is limited. So I think there's a lot we have discussed today. And there's a lot I'm hoping that the rapporteur has been able to capture some of the things that we have been capturing, talking about. And yeah, I really want to say thank you. Thank you for everything, your time. And also thank me for having run this program in 4 hours. Something that was probably, yes, we reached the time. We've actually worked to below the planned time, but this has been done actually in 4 hours. Somebody asked about AITI. Somebody had asked earlier about AITI. I'm a member of the Uganda Extractive Transparency Initiative, and we have been getting difficulty in accessing contracts, but there's a mechanism we have put in place to have access to those contracts. Let me now take this opportunity to invite someone who will help us close this very nice dialogue. And let me invite Mr. Wanjala Joel, the Undersecretary, Directorate of Ethics and Integrity, Office of the President. And he's the right person to do this because he interfaces with the President. And any statements that have been made that seem to disparage the President, please forgive us. We are speaking from our heart. And you deliver the message to him in a very soft manner so that he can understand and appreciate our lamentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, moderator, for taking us through this very important dialogue. Honorable members of Parliament who are present, the very able panelists here, the Executive Director Siatini, Governance and Security Program Advisor, and representatives of the civil society organizations here, the media, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Siatini for this opportunity and for this dialogue. It's very timely, and I want to assure you we should not stop talking about corruption. If we sleep, corruption will take over our country. Corruption will take our country hostage, our institutions, our behaviors and attitudes. So this is something that we must talk about and keep it at the forefront as we have our development agenda. Let me tell you something small. Christians who are here, you will read Exodus 34, chapter 34, verse 7 at your own time. You read it. That the sins of our fathers, of the fathers of today, the children will take the punishment. That's what that verse is talking about. It's very clear in the Bible. They will be punished because of our sins. Some of you are paying heavily because of the sins of your fathers. It's not me. I read that verse and it is there. So it is a clear promise that the children and the children of our children will pay heavily because of the sins we are committing today, because of the corruption that we have today. Because all of you, whatever was listening, and as a government, corruption stands out as our prime enemy to all the efforts towards whether you talk about the tenfold program, the strategy, our vision, the enemy is corruption. And you have defined it very well. As a country, we don't lack resources. What is lacking is the critical mass of human resource with integrity to manage the public affairs and the public resources we have. This is what I want you to pick from today. It's only that we are lacking. Whether you will remove this person from this office, this member of parliament, and you bring in another one, who is borrowing the loans? Who is managing the investments? Who is supervising the projects? The human resource. They don't have integrity. They will run down everything. You bring in another member of parliament without integrity, it will be the same parliament. You bring in a civil servant who has no integrity, he will run down that institution. So colleagues, agree with me, that is what we lack. We need to go to the basics and put integrity at the core of social change. A value-based system, the values you cherish. That when you look at even somebody in this office, you cherish that because of the values he holds or she holds. But now the values are scarce. Everybody is doing his own or her own thing. Even the IT integration, that is very good that we are all struggling to integrate in all our programs. Who is going to run the systems? Those IT systems, who is going to run? Human beings who are there. You saw what happened in this Bank of Uganda issue. This is all IT things, a highly connected IT system. But what happened? The one who is behind it will again ensure that he manipulates it. So whether you bring whatever sophisticated IT system, the human being behind it is very, very critical. So you are seeing what I'm saying. Those loans, whatever programs, whatever laws you are going to bring, who is implementing the laws? Who is enforcing them? Who is in the courts? Who is arresting? Who is prosecuting? Human beings. So you have understood what we're talking about. The core. Every day the human being is innovating ways of how to circumvent processes, every time. Even whether you put a biometric system for attendance there, the human being is very clever. He will circumvent that system. He will study it and say, how do I really ensure this thing is not? Even the recruitment systems that were put up, that e-recruitment, what? Yes, they help us work if we have the right people behind them. As a government, I must say we may not be there, but we have tried. We have put in place the basics. We need to do more. Public awareness will continue. People need to know. It's good you are raising, PPDA is not there. PPDA is doing a lot, but the only issue is people may not be knowing that PPDA is there. So we need to go down to the grassroots. There are many organizations that are trying, but who knows? So we need to, this dialogue, the engagement with the Wananchi to appreciate what is there and how big the problem is. The delays in the disposal processes in the justice system is an issue that government is trying to address. Disposal of cases is one of the issues that we have prioritized. The issue of safeguards in strengthening the budgeting system through regular budget and performance audits is also another area we are flagging as one of the areas government must strengthen. And Honorable Songo was pointing out some of the loopholes that we need to handle. Supervision of the people who are at the helm of these public resources, the accounting officers, the chief executives. We need to strengthen the supervision of these people. So the head of service has been flagging this and trying to see how we improve on the supervision. Entrenching e-governance, as I've said, will be a priority. And we have now said, let's have integrity committees in our ministries, departments, and agencies to see how we entrench a culture of ethics and integrity in all our programs. The district integrity promotion forums, where we are working with most of the civil society organizations here, is something now we need to strengthen. You see, even the people who are in the districts, the role of the RDCs, the DSOs to monitor government programs, most of them have laxed. We need to strengthen that. Look at the recruitments in the districts. It is terrible. This is one area we are going to focus on, how to strengthen the recruitment system. Like in the center, we have tried. Most of it is we don't have this interface with the human interface. We are trying to reduce on that. Now, lastly, as government, every agency is trying to do, the anti-corruption agencies are trying to do their role. What we have said is that how do we strengthen the coordination so that all these efforts put together, we may achieve more milestones. This is something that we would like to strengthen going forward, as I have been talking previously in other dialogues, so that at least there is an extra mile achieved in this. The fight, lastly, the fight against corruption requires a systematic, comprehensive, inclusive, and a deeply rooted approach in the principles of transparency, accountability, and integrity. Whatever approach we use, those should be guiding whatever we are doing. I want to thank Siatine again for giving us that opportunity, for even members of parliament. Invite them as many times whenever you have dialogues, because as you have clearly seen, they have a very good platform in parliament. When they pick some of the issues here, they are able to address, and we plug the loopholes in our legal infrastructure. Thank you very much, Yatin, again. I want to take this opportunity to close this dialogue. Thank you very much.
So the panel can be dismissed, discharged there. And I'm handing over my tenure peacefully. There's a group photo which is going to take place at the